Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. I am Crispy and today we are at the airport again, starting a brand new island and starting a brand new challenge. I was participating in Hard Mode 2.0 when that came out. The Artsy Gamer came out with Hard Mode 2.0, and depending on which airport you got was which challenge you did. And so at first I got an orange airport and I was going to do a 15 items island. Well, then I got Rodney.
No peeking.
I'm not. Oh no. Does that mean it's bad? Is it bad?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You don't like it.
Oh no. Is it a clown?
No, it's not a clown.
Is it a hamster?
Maybe.
Are you kidding me? Is it Rodney? As my first campsite villager, and so I ended up restarting that island and getting a blue airport, and so then I was doing a no items jungle island. Well, ever since then I've really wanted to do to try another 15 items island, and so I was very inspired by the Artsy Gamer and the Hard Mode 2.0 rules, and so shout out to Artsy for inspiring me to want to do it again. So this is going to be a 15-day, 15 items winter island challenge. And so I have made up some rules for myself. I've made a graphic, but this does not mean that I am only allowing myself to use 15 items on my entire island. No. This means that I have pre-chosen and predetermined 15 different items that have a leaf icon in my inventory. So when you pick it up and you hold it, it looks like a leaf. The weeds, the bushes, the flowers, the trees, those do not count. Any kind of fences or items like clothing, shoes, food, those do not count because they are not a leaf item in my inventory. So I am allowed to use as many of those 15 leaf items that I want, but I only have 15 days to complete this island and this challenge, and so I am nervous but excited. I hope that I can do it. Now, what I'm looking for is a blue airport, and I would like a decent map that is one that I can work with and one that I love. And so the reason that I want a blue airport is because I don't think that yellow looks very good with the snow. So I think that blue is going to be the best looking airport with the snow, and also I'm only going to be using white flowers on this island. I'm not going to be breeding a bunch of different flowers. This is primarily going to be a vanilla island. This is on my Switch OLED, so I am not using any spice other than bringing myself the items that I need to catalog for this challenge. I'm going to buy them on my own, but I will catalog them because I don't know how long it will take me to find them. Wheat fields can be pretty tricky to find, and that is one of my items. And also the DIYs. I am going to bring myself the DIYs that I need for this challenge, just because I don't want to spend all 15 days looking for a sleigh DIY or a barrel DIY. If it's not one of your beginning DIYs, sometimes the barrel can be very hard to get, and I found that out with hard mode. I did not start with the barrel for one of my first 3 plots, and it was very hard for me to find, and other people in the community did not have an extra one for me, so it was quite a while before I got a barrel DIY. So we're gonna set this in the northern hemisphere, and we're gonna have snow. I am not really a huge fan of the snow, but yeah, I thought that a 15-day island might make it a little bit more, you know, doable. Alright, so let's see. I really like this peninsula. I'm not a huge fan of the double south river mouse, but it doesn't necessarily matter. I am allowing myself to terraform on this island, and I am allowing myself to time travel. That's the word I was looking for. I am allowing myself to time travel and terraform. Let's see. I could pick one of these maybe. I have had this island before. It's not a bad island to have. I could also choose it. I guess the peninsula doesn't make that much difference. I gotta choose between these two, I think. You know what? I know this is like a double south, but part of me just wants to go with this one. I don't know why. I think it's the angled entrance. It has more room than this one. I do love an angled entrance. This one almost looks like straight on, and I'm not a huge fan of that. So yeah, we're just gonna go with this one. We're gonna see what we get. I really want good starters and a blue airport. If I do not get blue airport and good starters, then we will reroll. There's nothing about re-rolling in the rules. I just have to make sure that I have good villagers. Alright, we got pears. I like pears. Pears are nice. Oh no, and it's yellow. Okay, we're gonna reroll. I will be back. Alright, I thought I hit record, but apparently I did not. So I chose another map. This is the second reroll, and I got pears again. So let's see what the airport is. It's green. Oh, I really love Renee. I mean, I guess I could go with green. I just thought that the blue would go best with the snow, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's go see what our flowers are. I'm only going to be using white flowers on this island, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, it's mum. Well, that's fine. You know what? I may go with this. I may go with this map just because I got pretty good starters, and like I could handle these guys, these two, for quite a while. So I may just go with this map. I will show it once they give me the map, but yeah, I think I like this one. I don't want to be too picky, but I also know that sometimes it's really hard to get decent starters, and these guys are cuties. So I'm gonna take it. All right, Tom. So one of the rules that I have set myself is that I'm only allowed 15 tickets per villager hunt. So I really wanted to have good starters so that if one of them, well, so that I didn't have to make them leave if I didn't want to. I am going to bring myself 150 tickets just to start with, but I'm just going to allow myself 15 tickets per hunt. That includes the first 3 plots. That includes the next 4 plots. So I will have some tickets left over for my smug. If I have a really bad smug on this island, then I will want to replace them and kick them out. And I can use like the campsite method to kick, you know, certain villagers that I don't like, but it would just be nice to have good villagers that I don't have to worry about, you know, getting rid of. So I'm hoping for a good one. Okay, I'm not stood back far enough. It's so touchy. Okay, now I'm not far enough from the water, right? Okay, there we go. I just wanted it as close as I could get because I want to fit as many like tents and houses on the beach that I possibly can. Alright, Renee. Oh, I love her so much. She is gonna stay. I am not gonna worry about whether or not my villagers are wintry enough. I'm just gonna try to get villagers that I like because, yeah, I can only use 15 tickets per hunt. So I just thought it would be a fun challenge. I have done a 10-day Cherry Blossom Island before, and so this one is going to be more vanilla. That one I allowed myself to just get items that I needed you know, with like treasure islands and stuff. So this one I am gonna make myself craft and buy the 15 items that I have chosen. And there's only one of the items that I will have to get with Nook Miles. Now you can see the map that I chose. It has a decent distance from the airport to resident services, and I will probably change the rivers anyway, so the peninsula is not very big, but that's okay. This is just going to be a 15-day island, so I cannot be too picky. I'm just going to leave Blathers in his tent, so I'm going to have to pick a spot where he can stay and not worry about moving him, which is going to be tough, but maybe I'll just put the museum on the beach or something. I don't know. But here we go. We are starting this island. I've already chosen a name, and it's just going to be a natural island. I'm going to try to decorate it as minimally as I can. I am a no tile left behind girly, so I like to fill every single tile on an island, and so this time I'm only allowing myself to download 15 custom codes, and so that's going to be a challenge because I fill every single custom design spot that I possibly can, and usually I'm like hurting for spots too. Sometimes I have to switch them out because I find ones that I like even better. But this time I'm only allowing myself 15 custom designs. I'm only using 15 leaf items to decorate with, and there's going to be some blank tiles. I'm gonna allow myself to use the clear tile, the clear custom design that you can make like from the beginning. I am gonna allow myself to use that. I just keep picking up sticks that I don't need, but that's okay because I'll be able to use them to make some tools. So yeah, the clear custom code that I am going to make does not count towards those 15 custom designs. The 15 custom designs are going to be from ones that I download from offline. So it's not a no Nintendo Online challenge because I do not want to make my own custom designs. No, thank you. That is just, oh, it's so time consuming, and I'm not good at it, so I'm not going to do that. But I'm only going to download 15. I'm only going to use 15 tickets per villager hunt, and this island is only going to be 15 days. I'm just going to grab one more so it's 20. Alright, Tom. I don't want to talk to Billy. I want to talk to Tom. There we go. So yeah, I just thought it would be a fun challenge. We'll see if I think it's fun at the end, but I like to do islands quickly, and I thought that it would be a huge challenge for me because I do like to fill every single tile, like I said, and I usually use lots and lots of items on my island. I'm not saying that this island won't lag because I will probably use quite a bit of wheat fields, but I'm gonna try not to just have the entire island be wheat fields. You know, I'm gonna have to order them all myself, so it's not like I can just throw down 500 wheat fields. And I'm not going to use HHP on this island. I'm not going to worry about it. This is only going to be a 15-day island, so HHP just takes up too much time. So I'm not going to use HHP. Now it's time to name the island. So I got to make sure I spell this correctly. So we are going to name the island Boreal. So I looked up, different words for like a wintry forest, and I just thought that Boreal sounded, nice and natural. And so that is what we're gonna go with. Oh, I'm so glad that I got decent starters. Sometimes it's so hard to find good ones with the color airport that you want. And I did want blue, but I love green too. And I think it's gonna go fine with a natural island that has white flowers. I think it's gonna be just fine. All right, let's go ahead and get our cot from Tom. I am gonna allow myself some kind of a bed. And I'm not going to count that towards the 15 items because I'm not going to have a whole bunch of beds out everywhere, but I do have to have a bed for the DA. So I don't know if I'm going to decorate my house completely, but if I do, I'll probably just use some of the items that I've already chosen because I want to stick to the rules, but I also don't want to limit myself. You know, I'm not gonna put beds everywhere, so I'm just gonna make that one exception. Alright, so let's see. I'm not going to use the radio on the island. Oh, there's a yellow lantern. I will probably change that out to be green. So when I bring myself some tickets, oh, gross. And it's camo. Ugh, I hate the camo cot. That's okay. I will just catalog the green version of this lantern, and I'll probably just sell any items that I'm not going to be using. Woohoo! He finally stopped talking. Alright. So here we are. Let's look at the map a little bit better. Alright, so hopefully I can fit as many villager houses as possible on the beaches, just until I can kind of flatten and get stuff out of the way. I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna terraform yet, but I definitely want to do some terraforming. So this is our map for Boreal, and I think the first thing I should do, well, this switch does have HHP on it, but I will not be going to HHP. I just don't want to take the time on a 15-day island, and all of the items that I chose are easily obtained. I can get the DIY for, let's just go over the items that I am going to have on this island. So the first one that I chose is the log stool. I may start with that DIY for the first 3 plots, and I may not. If I don't start with it, then I will bring myself that DIY. The second item is the wooden bucket. Same rules apply to that one. If I don't get the DIY with the starting plots, I will bring it to myself. I'm going to catalog the green lantern just so that I can use green, because it's my favorite color and I can do what I want. The fourth item is the sleigh. Sometimes that can be a tricky DIY to get, so I will be bringing myself that DIY, but I'm going to craft all of these DIYs myself. And the fifth item is the campfire. I will get that with my beginning DIYs, so that one shouldn't be hard. I chose that one over the leaf campfire because I don't want to have to time travel back to fall and try to get that DIY from balloons. This one just takes sticks and it will be easy enough to get because it's one of the starting DIYs. The sixth item is the party lights arch, which I can get from the Nook Stop in Resident Services, and I should be racking up miles playing mostly vanilla on this island. Like I said, I'm not going to spice anything in or go to treasure islands. I will just be bringing myself the DIYs and the tickets and the items that I need to catalog. The seventh item is the log stakes, which I will be able to obtain easily from the first DIYs that I get. Everybody gets the log stakes. The eighth item is the wheat field, which I will bring myself to catalog. The ninth item is the brick well, which I can get the DIY for that in the Nook Stop inside Resident Services. The 10th item is the log bench. The 11th item is the barrel. Then we have the firewood, the log chair, the storefront, and the wild log bench. Alright, so I decided to cut out the whole paying off the tent part. I just didn't want this video to go on too long, but I had chopped all of my trees. I had collected all of the miles that I needed to pay it off, so I went into Resident Services and I did that. And then I got the tent for Blathers, and I just decided to put it on the beach so that it was out of the way. And then I decided to go around and hit all of my rocks so that I could start collecting the iron. But first, I saw these two big snowballs that some dung beetles had already been rolling around, and so I thought, you know, I'm just gonna make a quick snow boy, just, you know, for some extra miles, because, you know, we all need those extra miles before we unlock terraforming. And so I was just eyeballing it and trying to measure that it was the right size, and then I tried it out, and lo and behold, it was perfect. So that was cool. But then I just hit my rocks and was trying to gather up all of the iron for the shop. And after I hit the rocks, I just time traveled to the next day so that we could go ahead and go to day 2, and then we could get the stuff donated to the Nook Boys, and we could build the shop, and I could get my vaulting pole DIY and my shovel DIY from Blathers. So that is what we did, and now we will just move on to day 2. All right, and now we are on day 2 of the island. We will need to gather the rest of the iron for the shop. That's going to be interesting. I'll have to use a Nook Mile ticket for that. I will probably bring myself some tickets. I'm going to go ahead and go into Blather's tent and have him give me the vaulting pole DIY and the shovel DIY, so that I can make those before I go to a Nook Mile Island, and then I'll be back. Alright, so before I can make a vaulting pole, I need to get some more wood because I'm lacking in the softwood. I have some hardwood left over, but not softwood. There's always a wood type on an island that I am lacking. Sometimes it's the regular wood, sometimes it's hardwood. Most of the time, actually, it is softwood. Yes, I know it's been a year. I time traveled a year so that I could get the rarer Cap'n Islands. I just want to be able to get some of the rare ones. If you haven't been through the season yet, then of course, if you haven't been through the season yet on your island, then you won't be able to find that Cap'n Island yet. So once you've been through one of the seasons, then you can find it. I just wanted to be able to find like the Vine Islands and the, you know, more rare islands, just to help myself out a bit. Alright, I'm gonna go make another axe so that I can craft a vaulting pole, and then we will get to a Nook Mile Island. Ooh, Renee's gonna give me a shovel. Yay. And it should be a shovel because I have not purchased the Better Tools DIYs yet. So that will come in super helpful. Super handy. Oh, and Billy, can you give me some iron, please? Oh, I haven't talked to him. Yeah. I know it's been a year. I know. It's fine. Alright, please give me some iron. Yes, I am getting the stuff for a shop together. Yay! Alright, that will be very helpful. So now I have 13. So I'm just going to hit my rocks real quick. Alright, let's see how many nuggets we get from this rock. Please give me some. Don't give me all stone and clay, please. Okay, there's one. 2. Alright, well, I guess it could have been worse, but it could have been a lot better. I find that the rocks on the Nook Mile Islands give me so much more iron than on my actual island. Oh, and I probably got some miles for doing the rock splitting champ. Yes. Not too bad. I don't have enough to get the pocket expansion yet, but I'm sure by the time I collect a bunch of materials that I will be able to. Alright, let's see how many this rock gives me. Come on. 2, 3. Oh, it didn't give me the last thing. Darn it. Sometimes it's hard to get all 8. Alright, so we're up to 18 and I still have to find my other rock that's over here on this side of the island, and then I will have to make my vaulting pole so I can go find my other rock. I won't be able to get to the top of the cliff yet, but okay, where'd it go? I've lost the rock. Oh, here it is. Ooh, there's 2 over here. Yes, awesome. All right, come on, iron. 2, come on. No, we're getting them 2 at a time. All right, we're up to 20 now. Oh, this is the money rock, so I'm not gonna get any from it, which is fine. At least I got all of the hits, so now I have some money. I found my rock that was on the other side of the river. So before we go to the Nookmount Island, I'm just gonna hit this, whoops, to see if we can get more. I think that's good. See if we can get some more iron. Let's see. Come on. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, yes, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that was a good one. I usually don't get that lucky on the rocks on my actual island. Alright, so how many do we have now? 27, so we only need 3 more. That is awesome. Alright, well I am going to empty my pockets other than my tools, and we're just going to go to this free Nookmile Island to get the rest of our iron, see who's there. I will see you guys on the island. Alright, here we are on the first Nookmile Island. Oh, and it's Bianca. I am definitely going to take Bianca. Bianca is a snow leopard. I think she works on a snow island, so I say we should take her. Let's see if we can just get the first iron out of these rocks, and then we'll have enough for our shop. There's 1. There's 2, there's 3. Okay, awesome. And anything else we can use to make tools. Once I unlock the pretty good tools, I am going to chop all the trees and collect all of these materials, and then I will see you back on the island. Alright, I am back on the island, and I am gonna sell the item that I got from the tree. The wasp. I got a gold nugget as well. I'm gonna donate the iron to the Nook boys. I'm gonna sell the rest of these cherries. I planted one for the miles, but I'm just gonna sell the rest, and I'm gonna sell the paradise planting photo because I don't need it. I think I'm just going to place the shop on the beach for now because I don't know where I want it, and I know I'm probably gonna end up moving it anyway, so might as well just move it once. There we go. Alright, so now I think the only thing left to do in this day anyway is to keep picking my weeds and chopping my trees for some more materials, and then I will probably bring over my other island character at some point and give myself the DIYs that I need, allow myself to catalog what I need to catalog for my 15 items, and also drop the Nookmile tickets that I will need for the rest of my villager hunts. I'm not going to drop any bells, I'm not going to drop any clothes or anything else. That's literally all I'm gonna drop. I will even show it all on camera, but for now I think I'm just gonna keep collecting these weeds and chopping my trees so that I can get as much materials as possible to craft all of these items, because I have a lot of the 15 items that need wood. So I'm gonna work on that, and then I will be back. Alright, it is the next day and I have constructed the bridge, so I'm gonna just put it here, and then I am going to go get the plots from Tom to see what DIYs I start out with, and after I see what DIYs I'm gonna have for these first 3 plots, I'll open my gate and bring my other character over so that I can get the Nookmile tickets that I need to do villager hunts, and so that I can give myself the DIYs that I need for this challenge. So I'm going to do that, and then I will be back. Alright, so I got the plots from Tom, and I have favorited the ones that I will need for the plots. I did get the really cool clothesline DIY. I do love that item, but I did not get the barrel. So I have brought over the ones that I need. Literally, I got the log stool, and I already had the campfire, already had the log stakes. Since they gave me the log garden lounge, I may use that for my bed inside, just because I will need a bed to set the DA. I will not be able to set the DA without that, but I will only use it inside my house. And yeah, that's it. Nothing else from my list. So I am just going to drop the items that I need with my other character and the tickets. So I have a wooden bucket, the sleigh, the barrel, the firewood, the log chair, the wild log bench, and the regular log bench. And then I did bring the lantern in green, so I'm just literally gonna trade with myself, and I need to drop all of the tickets. So that is 120 tickets. If someone asks to leave that I want to leave, then I will just, whoops, I can't place that. I meant to drop it. Then I will probably just bring over another 15 tickets for that villager hunt, but hopefully I won't need them. And then I'm gonna drop the other lantern, because I don't need that. So I'll just have my other character bring that back. And I just literally cataloged these items. I'm just gonna take them back because I'm gonna buy them myself. There we go. And I'm gonna kick myself. Bye girl, bye! So there we go. Now I can learn these DIYs that I need for my 15 items. Oops, my pockets are full already. Because I have the 3 plots and the lantern that I'll probably just stick back in my house for now. So, or maybe on a rock. I usually just take any items that I get from trees or villagers and balloons, and I stick them on my rocks so that they're out of the way. And I am going to allow myself to just take any items that I can find and get out of balloons and trees and from villagers so that I can get to 3 stars. And then I will probably just sell them off when I get to 3 stars so that I can just use the 15 items. So that is what I'm going to do. Now I gotta gather up my materials and put these tickets away so that I can craft all the items for the plots. Alright, I am back and I collected the flowers that we need for the wreath. I am gonna go ahead and submit the items for plot 2 because we did find Bianca for our Peppy, but I'm not going to submit the items for, I can uncheck that now, or unstart I should say. I'm not going to submit the items for the other plots yet because we haven't gone and spent our 15 tickets, and I am hoping for at least some decent villagers. Hopefully we will see who we find, but I think all I need left, if I have room in my pockets, is the chair and the bed, and then I will be finished. So I am gonna do these last few things and I will see you guys on the first island. Alright, so I decided to speed this up. This was my first ticket. I got 30 tickets out because we needed to find 2 villagers, and the first ticket was Lily, and I really struggled with whether or not to take her or not, but I decided she was not going to be winter enough, so I didn't take her. And then we had Hopkins, who's really cute, but I decided not to take him either. I just felt like he was more of a summer villager. Our third ticket was Gladys, and I did not take her. And the fourth ticket was Bettina. I decided not to take her. I'm not a huge mouse fan, so I didn't take her. Fifth ticket was Stu. He could work for winter, but I decided to hold out. I was hoping for maybe Eric. And then the 6th ticket was Ozzy. I did not take him. And Sister Fruit, of course, was Cherries. Then we had Gala, ticket number 7. And ticket number 8. Finally, a bottle. And we found a natural square table that we're not going to use. And Drago. I really struggled with whether or not to take Drago because I love Drago, but I just don't think that he is winter, so I didn't take him. And then we had Mitzi, and I almost took Mitzi. I love Mitzi. I think she could work for winter, but I don't know. I was just hoping for Maple, so I decided not to take her. And then ticket number 10, we had Midge, who I did not take. Just not a bird fan, so I did not take her. And then we had Rhonda. Definitely did not want to take Rhonda. I'm sorry, I'm not a fan. Then we had Celia. I find Celia every single hunt. I decided not to take Celia. Then we had Fauna, who I also struggled with whether or not to take, but I really wanted to hold out and see if we could get Maple. Then we found an Anteater. Was not a fan. Did not take Annalisa. Then we found Prince on ticket 15. I did not take Prince. Then we found Lucy, who was very camouflaged in the snow, and I did not take her. Then ticket 17 was Lily again. She was breaking my heart, but I did not take her. And then we had another repeat with Prince. I could not believe less than 20 tickets and I was already getting repeats. Then it was Rodeo. We did not take him. Ticket number 20 is Sherb, and I don't care. I'm taking him. I only have 10 tickets left, and he is my son's favorite villager. I don't care. I'm taking him. He has a sweater on. He's perfect for winter. I'm taking him. And I'm just gonna hope that I can find a good normal now. Oh my gosh, that was stressful. I really wanted Eric, but it's fine. Everything is fine. Ticket number 21 was Coco. I did not take her. And then ticket 22, we had Marina. Did not take her. Then we had Bertha. Did not take her. Sorry, Lumi, but not a fan. Then we had Ava. Did not take Ava. Then we had Gail for ticket number 25. Did not take Gail. All right, well, we are on ticket number 26, and I found Molly. I cannot say no to Molly, even though I feel like she's more spring or summer. Yeah, there's just no way I can pass her up. She is so cute, and I'm so afraid that we won't find a good one. So yeah, I'm gonna take her. I am going to take her and just not worry about it because there is no guarantee that we'd find Maple. So yep, we took her. All right, we are back, and I have my helper here.
Hello.
And I think we're going to go ahead and end this episode here just because I don't want it to get too long. We didn't get quite as far as I wanted to today, but are you ready to see who we got?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is...
Yes!
I knew you would be happy about
Evie!
that.
Let's
Yes,
go.
of course I took him.
Okay.
And then we have Bianca. She is a snow leopard. She's a white
Doesn't ring a bell.
snowy leopard. Okay, well, you'll meet her. And then Molly.
I don't know that person.
I got my very first ticket that Tom gave me. I got Bianca.
I forgot who
And
Molly
then-
was.
The duck. How could you forget Molly?
I haven't played Animal Crossing in a while, okay?
Alright, well, I'm gonna just work on moving these guys in, and then tomorrow we'll probably start with the campsite visitor.
Yay!
Yeah, and
I love those
hopefully-
videos.
Hopefully it's not a bad one. Well, I almost said good. Hopefully it's a good one. Hopefully it's not a bad one. Alright, we're gonna say bye.
Okay, bye. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hello everyone and welcome to my channel. I am Crispy and today is day 2 of our 15-day 15 item challenge. So last episode I did say now we're going to go to the second day, but that is in game days, not in real life days. I'm counting this challenge as in real life days, so hopefully that's clear. And the 15 items that I have chosen, they are 15 different leaf items. This is a piece of furniture, it's a leaf item. This is not. So I may decorate the island with some clothing or some tools or lots of different flowers and bushes and stuff, but I'm not going to decorate my island with more than 15 different leaf items. So yeah, hopefully that's clear. Mabel is here again, so I need to buy from her. Let's see what she has. She was here once already, so this is her second time. Okay, not too bad. Lots of green things today. I might just get this skirt. I do like these pants too, and this hat, but I'm not sure that I'll actually use that hat. And the fuzzy vest might go with the pants. I'm not too sure. I might put these little slippers in my house because I can decorate with clothing again, just not with any other leaf items like furniture. I'm gonna get this skirt, I think. For now, I might come back and buy some more later. The socks are actually cute too. But yeah, some people think you have to buy 5,000 bells from her each time, but I have gotten away with buying the absolute cheapest item, like the frugal hat in this instance, and I just buy the cheapest thing each time, and yeah, I still have gotten the shop kit. So fun fact, if you didn't know, I used to think that you had to buy 5,000 bells from her. I swear, every time I log on, it's kind of earlier morning and Renee is never awake. But anyways, so all my villagers are moved in. I do need to go and build the campsite today. I have said hi to all of them as they've moved in and tried to just keep planting flowers and collecting materials. I believe it was yesterday in the game where Leaf was here. So I did buy some stuff from Leaf, some bushes and some flowers. I think I got some lilies and tulips from Leaf. So, and yeah, there was a picture of Mabel in there too. But today I just want to build the campsite and so we can see who our campsite villager is. I'm so nervous. I'm so afraid it's going to be a bad one because I've had a good one like a few days in a row. But I got this hat out of the Nook stop and these boots from a balloon, so cute. And I think I got the muffler sweater, is that what this is called, from Billy because he was sick and so I gave him medicine. But anyways, I'm gonna work on building the campsite and trying to figure out where I'm gonna put it because I have no idea. And then we will find out who it is after I time travel. So I will be back when it's built. I think I'm just gonna put the campsite back here by this little pond and hopefully not have to move it. I did try to make sure that there was room for like a tree back there if I wanted to put a tree back there, but you can still walk around and I think a tree will go right here and there has to be like a single tile gap, I think, pretty sure, to be able to put a tree back there. There's some trees blocking it, but that's okay. We can fix that. But anyway, yeah, this is just back on my cliff, one of my back cliffs. I probably won't change up the cliffs too much, but I definitely want to change some of the rivers because there's some really interesting river shapes on this island, and so I do want to change up those a little bit. I'll probably add some more waterscaping if I have time, but yeah. So I am going to just finish up a few more dailies and then we will time travel to see who our campsite visitor is. I also think I'm just going to reset the day so that Mabel will be here again, because then I'll be able to get the shop and my 15 custom designs that I'm allowing myself to get. So I will be back in just a moment. Oh my gosh, Mabel has some really cute stuff. I bought the Air Knit sweater because I think I'm going to wear that today. And these are my favorite jeans, the worn out jeans. I'm definitely getting those. And there's some tortoise shades. I think that's what tortoise glasses, tortoise shell glasses, however you want to say it, whatever these are. But I don't usually wear those. I usually wear the rimmed glasses. So I don't think I'm going to, well, you know, I guess they're better than nothing. I'll get them. But she did already give me her shop kit, so I'm going to have to just find a place for that. And the campsite is built, so now I just have to time travel one more day in order for us to find out who we get. I'm so nervous. Alright, I am back, and it is the moment of truth. I am so nervous. But ideally for this island, my all-time favorite smug is Shep. So I would love it if that is Shep in there. He is my favorite. I think he's perfect for a winter island. I would love it to be Shep. Otherwise, I would love it to be Marshall, because I think Marshall really fits well on a winter island. And I mean, even though Tex is not my favorite, I think that Tex, you know, since he's a penguin, would fit really well. But I do like a few of the other smugs, but I just don't know how much they fit on this island. Let's just rip the band-aid off and go see who it is. Okay, I have my eyes closed, and I'm not sure that I liked the sound of that voice because it sounded kind of familiar. But my eyes are closed, so I have no idea who's here. I'm just gonna open them and hope that it's not terrible. Oh, it's Ken. Okay, well, Ken is definitely not who I would have chosen. Not a really big fan of blue nuggies. But, yeah, some people call this villager blue nuggies because he's a chicken and he's kind of blue. But I guess he's okay. I mean, I've never had him before. He's not the worst. He's definitely not like blow your island up worthy. Not Yeetus Deletus worthy. So I will take him, but I'm going to work really hard on, kicking him out because he's not my favorite. Did I ask him to move to my island? Okay. I was not paying attention as usual. I was blabbing. Alright, I'm gonna go get his housing kit, and then we should be able to go villager hunting. And just as a reminder, I'm only doing 15 tickets per villager hunt, so we'll have to see if we can find anybody decent and 15 tickets. So I'll be back once we get to the first island. Alright, here we are on the first island, and I did get 15 tickets out. Only 15. Let's see who's on the first island. It's Bertha again. Oh, not a hippo fan. I'm so sorry, Lumi. I know my friend Lumi really likes Bertha, but I'm not the biggest fan. So I'm gonna take my chances and keep going. I'm gonna collect some materials, and I will see you guys on the next island. Alright, here we are on island number 2. Let's see who it is. Angus. Okay, well, I don't think that Angus is very much a winter villager farm, sure, but I don't know about winter, so I won't be taking Angus. I'm gonna keep going and hope that I can find someone who I like and who maybe fits a winter plastic canister. Yeah, well, it'll help me get to 3 stars, right? I am just placing every single bug and item that I get on my rocks so that I can get to 3 stars, and then I'll just be selling them. So, alright, I will see you guys on the next island. Alright, here we are on ticket number 3. Who is it going to be? Oh, it's Ed. I'm so sorry, Lumi. That is Lumi's nemesis. I'm not going to take Ed because... just because Lumi hates Ed. and I don't want to do that to her. I don't want to make her watch that. I would love to find Shep or Maple or Gonzo or even Marshall. Did I say Maple? Because, you know, I would love to find Maple, but not sure we're gonna find like the perfect winter villager in 15 tickets. I would just like to find somebody I like. So cross your fingers and send good vibes out to the past. I would appreciate that. Okay, well, I will see you guys on the next island. Alright, here we are on ticket number 4, and it is Sister Fruit. I will take some time to collect all this, but who is here? Oh, it's Ribbot. I would not consider Ribbot a winter villager. Also, so sorry if you can hear my dog scratching on the door. He just likes to bust his way in here. Oh my goodness, every time. Okay, well, I'm not gonna take Ribbot, but I am gonna take this fruit. So I will see you guys on the next island. Alright, here we are on ticket number 5. I did go and sell some fruit because no way! No way! No way! No way! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Are you kidding me? I might cry right now. Are you kidding me? My favorite! Oh my gosh! This is so amazing! Move to my island on ticket 5! This is unreal! And my dog is still trying to break in, but we got Maple! Yay! Oh, my baby is coming to the island. I'm gonna have to put her next to me. I'm so happy. Okay, well, now that we have our 7th villager, I am going to collect some resources and then I will time travel to get Ken and Maple moved in. But starting tomorrow, we can buy another plot so we can go villager hunting again. And I really just want to get to 3 stars. I would like to get further than that today, but we'll just have to see how long it takes. Collecting resources does take longer. But oh my gosh, I'm so glad we got Maple. Yay. Okay, this island is complete. I'm done. Challenge completed. I won. I'm just kidding. Alright, I will see you guys when when we get the next plot. Alright, so I time traveled to the next day and I forgot that our Able Sisters is built now. So I want to go in and see what they have to as far as clothes go, but I also want to unlock my 15 custom codes. It's going to be hard to narrow them down. Also, Ken moved in and Sherb gave me this gong as a present. So I put it there because it's kind of the same vibe. I really don't like this style of house. Him and Billy, I would really like to kick out eventually if possible, but we'll see. All right, let's go see what the Able Sisters has. All right, so they do have a few sweaters, I guess. I really like this one that I'm wearing right now. I just thought I'd look to see if they had my glasses in here. I also like this hat better than the yellow one. Oh, but also the palm one. Yes, palm casquette. Is that how you I don't know. I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry. Don't come for me. But yeah, they don't have my glasses. They have these, which do I like that better? I think I do. I think I might get these for now. And socks. I don't know that I'm gonna worry about socks. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about socks, but yeah, I was hoping they'd have like the faux shearling like boots. I'm really hoping for those. I don't know if I'm gonna just wear what I have or maybe get these white ones. They don't really go with like a cream colored hat though. I guess I could get some boots and maybe wear those out. Yeah, I'll just do that. Alright, I'm definitely going to get a frozen puddle because one of my 15 items is a wooden bucket and another one is the brick well. So I see myself using a pedal code a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and download this one. I think I like that one better of the two. And so that is going to be one of my codes. All right, this is another one that I'm going to download. I really like these frozen leaves and I see myself using this a lot as a filler code. So I am going to download this one. All right, I usually pick like a 6-plank path, but since I only have 15 slots, I think I'm gonna get these two. I think they will look pretty good in the snow, and I'm gonna grab them now, and if I find something I like better, then I might replace them, but for now I'm gonna choose these two. Alright, so I came in here for this snowy bridge code, but I'm not so sure about the coloration. I do really love these wood roots though, and I see myself using like a lot of the log stools. That is one of my items, so it would look like it's a little tree stump. So I think I'm gonna grab this dark one, and I can always switch it out if I decide that I don't need it, but for now I'm gonna get this one. Alright, I am going to get these horizontal tracks here because I did choose a sled for one of my items. I'm not sure if I'm going to need the horizontal or the vertical. So I think for now I'm just going to do the horizontal, and if I need the vertical I can always come back and grab it and, you know, switch something else out. Alright, I think I'm going to get this 3-piece winter board here. I like to put those in front of villager houses and nooks cranny, and so yeah, I think I'm going to grab these 3, and I am also thinking about maybe getting this like beige check fabric as just one fabric code, but I'm not sure what I would use that pattern on unless I just put it on the bare ground. So I don't know about that, but I can favorite this creator when I go to get this code. So I can always come back and grab that if I have more slots available. So I'm going to grab this one. I think for a path, I'm going to use in-game circles like the light dirt and the dark dirt path. But I think I'm going to download the 4 corner pieces of this one so that I can put that over top. So I think I'm going to do that. Alright, I only have a few slots left, but I love these rock fillers. I used them on my last winter island, so I'm going to get a couple of these, and then I think I'm going to be out of slots. I really want that fabric code because I remembered I have the log chair, and I would love to put it on the log chair. So I might dwindle my choices just a little bit. I'm not so sure, but I'm gonna get a couple of these and then I will be back. Alright, so I decided to get rid of the little stump code. I really love that code, but I want to use this on my log chairs so that they're not bare. And I could always put it on the ground for like a picnic type situation. I could also use it for my flag, so I thought it was really important to have the fabric over the little stump. I am just gonna have to put the log stools down without that. So hopefully these work well. It's not a lot, but I'm trying to do more of a minimal island, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna go get a plot from Tom again, and we'll go see who our 8th villager is. Alright, so once again I got 15 tickets out, and let's see who's on this island. Oh, is that Hippo? Okay, not gonna take Hippo. Nope, absolutely not. I am gonna take some resources though, so I will see you guys on the next island. Alright, so here we are with ticket number 2, and we got Sister Fruit Island and Tabby. Tabby is hilarious. I'm not a huge fan of Tabby, but I know people usually either love her or hate her. Did not take her. And then here we are on ticket number 3. Who's it gonna be? It was Diana! I was so surprised to see Diana on this island, and I thought about it for a second, but ultimately I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna take her because I think she's beautiful. I think she could fit a lot of different themes, and I am just going with villagers that are, you know, villagers that I like, not necessarily who I would choose for this natural theme, but I think she definitely could work. So I decided to take her and invite her to Boreal. So Diana is our 8th villager. So there you go. So after Diana moved in, I checked with Isabel and we got 3 stars. Yay! Oh, that's such a good feeling. All right, I am going to suffer through the KK concert by myself and then I will be back. All right, so I don't know if I'm going to have enough points for everything. I have not unlocked hardly anything, not even the largest pockets, because I was saving my I was saving my Nook miles, but I definitely want to get the terraforming permits because those are going to be important, probably the most important. And so I wanted to save my miles for those first. And now we'll get the cliffscaping. Okay, we have 13,000 left. I kind of want to get this custom design path permit just because I use it a lot when I'm terraforming instead of like my Nook phone, so I'm gonna get it next. Next, I think I'm gonna get the dark dirt path because I think I'm gonna use this, and the light dirt path mainly. I think I am gonna break down and get the ultimate pocket stuffing. It's just gonna be easier without having a storage shed. I am going to need to have as big of pockets as I possibly can. Alright, now I think it is time to start cleaning up the island and preparing to decorate and flatten a bit. I'm not going to flatten the entire island, but I do want to change up my rivers, and I need to move a lot of these trees out of the way. I'll probably only keep a certain amount of them because I don't want them all to be full grown. I want to be able to stunt some, so I think I'm gonna chop a bunch down and make some room and sell stuff that I am not going to be using, and yeah, then we'll see how far we get. Alright, I have decimated all of my trees on the main part of this island. I didn't do the over the river bits yet, but I'll get to that. I do need to set up a tree farm somewhere, but I think for now I'm just gonna start trying to terraform and see, you know, what my plan is. I have no idea, but I know I need to get started, so let's go. So then I just spent a little bit of time filling in my rivers, and I decided to make this this one waterfall into like a circular looking waterfall. I just thought maybe I could, you know, make it into something that I actually liked, because I'm not a fan of like really wide waterfalls. So I was just trying to shape it into something that I actually liked. But for the most part, I just filled in all of the river because I really just didn't like the shape, and so I will water terraform as I go. But I could not have predicted what happened next. It was absolutely heartbreaking, and you'll see it in just a moment. This better not be what I think it is. Ma'am, you cannot be the first person on this island to ask to leave. Please. If she has to leave, I am exiting the game without saving because I want the thought bubble to move to someone else like Billy or Ken. So let's just see. Please don't break my heart. That did not happen. How could you? Oh my gosh. Anyways, I have upgraded my house. I finally broke down and did it. I thought about just having the tiny house, but my storage is all materials and it is full. So I just decided to go ahead and do it. I think I'm gonna try and upgrade it, maybe just to have the back room so that I can have that be my bedroom, and then maybe I'll block off that room since it's just gonna be a bed, and the front room can be like just, I don't know, storefronts and wheat fields. I have no idea yet. I'll figure it out. But I have just been working on taking out the rivers. I did not like the shapes at all. I kept most of the cliffs. I really like the shape of the back cliff. I don't know if the front left cliff is going to stay that shape or not. I'm not really a huge fan of it, but I don't know what I'm going to do there yet. And I started making a waterfall up there in the top right corner, and I'll probably connect that to my river mouth, but other than that, I don't have a real plan for my entrance or anything. Right now I'm just working on making a tree farm, so I've started planting some saplings, and so I'm gonna keep working on that and time travel so that they will grow, and then maybe, you know, I can start decorating. I decided to go on my first cabin island, and unfortunately it wasn't anything special. It was just a regular one. I got like ironwood clock DIY. Yeah, was nothing special, but I did collect all of the materials. Then I started crafting up a bunch of the items that we were gonna need on the island. So a lot of the 15 items, I just started crafting it and setting it over to the side because my storage was full. Then I went to Harv's and I opened up the collective because I do want Leaf opened on Harv's. So I did unlock Leaf first. I really am gonna need the shrubs, the bushes, the crops. I'll probably use some of those as well, so I just thought that it was definitely worth the money to unlock Leaf first. So that's what I did. And then I decided to go see who the campsite was because Isabel said we had a campsite visitor. It was Kabuki, so definitely did not take Kabuki. I was hoping it would be someone like Grizzly, but no such luck. Then Maple was cooking. I had unlocked cooking, and so I got some frosted pretzels from Maple. And then I went on another cabin island after time traveling, and I got one with at least some bells on the trees, so you know, that was interesting, I guess. Always need more bells, so it was something. Then I got like the winter island. It's one of the special islands, but unfortunately I got a duplicate DIY that I had gotten out of a balloon, so it was really not worth the 1,000 miles that I paid to get there. Then, oh my gosh, I time traveled to the next day and Ken wants to leave. Yes. Oh my gosh. It has moved from Maple to Molly. And now Ken. Yay. Okay, I have to make sure. Okay. I wish you the best. Oh. Yay. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy. One of the 2 villagers that I want to leave. Yay. After Ken asked to leave, I went on another cabin tour and I finally got the vine island. I was so happy. I collected all those vines and all that moss and all those bushes. I was so happy. Alright, I am back and Ken's plot is empty. So I got 15 tickets out and we are going to go on a villager hunt and see who we can find. I haven't filled the 9th and 10th plot yet just because space. I don't have a lot of space left on the beaches and I don't know where I'm gonna put anyone yet, but I've done a lot to prepare for decorating just gathering up my 15 items and cooking some food, getting some gyroids because gyroids and food are not leaf items, so I can use those. But yeah, I've done a lot. I just have waited. I was hoping for the vines and the glowing moss from the Cap'n Islands, and I was able to finally find some of that. It's not a lot, but it's something. So anyway, I will see you guys on the first island. Alright, here we are on ticket number 1, and it is very snowy today. Is that Poppy? Oh, he's so cute! I don't know if I would consider him like a winter villager, but I guess he does wear a sweater. He could work. He's kind of brown. I think he has like the mushroom kind of shaped house. I don't know why I'm even learning DIYs at this point. I guess because if you learn a certain number of DIYs, it gives you miles, and I'm trying to rack up miles because I gotta like order those party light arches, and so yeah, I don't know if I want to take Poppy or not. I do have Sherb. I would love to find Grizzly. I'm gonna have to think about it while I collect some materials, and then I will be back. Alright, we are on ticket number 2. I decided not to take Poppy. Oh my gosh, is that Clyde? 2 horses in a row? Well, I would definitely take Poppy over Clyde, but I just looked at his house again, and I'm just thinking it looks so kind of tropical and not so much winter. And I shouldn't be picky because I only have 15 tickets, but I decided not to take him, so I will see you guys on the next island. Alright, ticket number 3. Ooh, money rock. Nice. I do need to pay off my house again, so I am going to spend some time doing this. Is this Bud? Why am I getting all the tropical villagers? I mean, at least Poppy has a tropical looking house with the thatch roof and like the bungalow looking style house. Alright, well, I am going to spend some time getting money rock. I will see you guys on the next island. Alright, here we are on ticket number 4. Is that a chicken? Oh, it's Plucky. All the tropical villagers, I swear. Okay, I guess the game is telling me you should have taken Poppy. That's what it's telling me. Alright, well, I will see you guys on the next island. Alright, ticket number 5. Is that Queenie? I don't know that I would consider her like a winter villager. Ooh, basic teacher's desk. I'm just literally shaking the trees to get the wasp and the item, and I'm just moving along because at this point I'm so sick of chopping trees. I've chopped like 2,000 times already, and so yeah, I'm just selling these things for money and moving on. Alright, I'll see you guys on the next one. We have 9 tickets left. Alright, ticket number 6. Oh my gosh, is that Octavian? I am not taking an octopus on a winter island. Oh my goodness. Okay, I really am regretting not taking Poppy. I should have taken him. What was I thinking? Who cares about his house? He's so much better than what I've seen so far. Oh, regretting my life choices. Alright, I'll see you guys on the next island. Alright, ticket number 7, I believe. This looked... oh, it's Paolo. I don't mind Paolo, but he's very pink, and I would not consider him a winter villager. So, I think I'm gonna keep going, and hope I don't keep regretting my life choices. I'm getting nervous, because we're down to 7 tickets left. Alright, I'll see you guys on the next one. Alright, ticket number 8. Please be good, please be good, please be good, please be good. Oh my gosh, is that a penguin? Is that Iggly? If that's a penguin, we are taking him. I think that's Iggly. Is that Iggly? Oh my gosh, it is! Definitely winter. I am taking him. I should look at his house first. No, I'm just taking him. I don't care. I don't care. I'm taking him. He's a penguin and he's cute. I'm taking him. He's a jock? Oh, I'm really hoping that we can let Billy leave because, you know, too many jocks on one island are a lot to handle, but hey, they're both cute, so if I keep them both, that's fine. I'd rather have Iggly though, because he fits more. Alright, I'll see you guys back on the island. Well, I got another vine island finally, so I think I'm going to probably have to end this day here. I'm so glad that I got more glowing moss and vines to use. Like, maybe I'll put some on cliffs, and I do love these bushes so much. But unfortunately, I've been recording for hours and hours and hours, and I just didn't quite get to the point of starting my entrance, so I'm so sorry about that, but we did get so much accomplished today. We got 3 stars. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna save that for my forever island because I don't have that one yet, and I can't use it on this island, so yeah, I'm gonna save it. But we got our custom codes, we got materials, we crafted a bunch, we ordered a bunch, and I time traveled so much, so I think we accomplished so much for day 2. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you're excited to start decorating next time. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you to all of our members. We will see you next time. Bye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. I am Crispy, and today is day 3 of our 15-day 15 item challenge. So this is day 3. Last episode we did so much. We got our campsite visitor, we got our 7th and 8th villagers, we downloaded our 15 custom codes, and then we were able to get Ken to move out, so we replaced Ken with Iggly. And so today I'm finally ready to decorate. I've got my pockets completely full of my 15 leaf items and my flowers and bushes and glowing moss. Yay! I only have 28, so I have to use it sparingly. But I also have some weeds, and my cosmos that I got from Leaf are not quite grown in yet, but I'll time travel and hopefully get those to finish growing in. So I want to start on the entrance today, start terraforming, and see, you know, how far we can get. So let's get started. All right, so what I started doing here was just creating some circles in front of my airport, and I put the 4 pieces, the 4 end pieces of this code on top of them. I had a hard mode island, and whenever I couldn't really use any custom codes except for the ones that I made, I did this on my hard mode island, and I really liked how it came out. So I just wanted to make these circles of path, and that's going to be my path all over the island, and it will show up on the map, but also I think that it looks really cool with the dark dirt and the light dirt, and then this code on top of it. I don't know, I just really like how it looks. So I just started putting some items around my airport rocks and kind of framing my entrance with some natural items, and then I was gonna start terraforming. But first I wanted to make sure that I had some trees down and some bushes and flowers. Like I said before, my cosmos were not fully grown yet, but I was gonna time travel before we did the walkthrough so that they would hopefully all be grown in. But I really like how this path and this entrance came out. I was really nervous about it at first. I didn't know how it was gonna look or if it was gonna work, but I really like how it came out. I was trying to be sparing with my codes and my items, but I don't know, it may not look sparing when it's all said and done. But I did speed up the terraforming quite a bit because that takes so long to do, to build up cliffs. But I just wanted to build up a cliff beside resident services so that I could have some waterfalls coming down in front of the entrance. And then I was going to create this little island in front of the entrance with like a little brick well and a wild log bench, and just create this natural foresty scenery. And so that was my thinking process. I don't know if that's like describes it the best, but that's what I was attempting to do. So I do constantly go back and forth and make sure that, you know, you can see it from the entrance and that it looks okay. But while I'm doing this, I did put out like a post for my members just to give me like some questions that I could answer while doing these voiceovers, because sometimes I'm not sure exactly what to talk about, if it's pretty self-explanatory and I'm just doing like some terraforming or something in my speed builds and I need more, you know, to talk about. So I did have a few responses, and so one of the questions was, what is my favorite island that I've ever made? And that is a really hard question because I do have a lot of favorites, but I think my absolute favorite island that I've ever made would probably be Terabithia. I just have a very strong sentimental attachment to Terabithia. It was my first attempt at fairy core, and it was my first time that I ever used the glowing moss items or the celestial items like the Nova Stars and the crescent moon chairs and stuff like that. So it was my first attempt of that, and I really loved it. It was also dedicated to some of my really good friends at the time, and so yeah, I have a sentimental attachment to Terabithia, and it was the very first video that I ever made on my channel. Me and my helper did a tour of Terabithia, so completely unedited and cringe worthy, but I still love that island. Another question that I was asked is, what is my favorite challenge that I've ever done and my least favorite? So I really, really love challenges, and I don't know, it just keeps the fun in the game for me. This game has been out for like 5 years, right? So it keeps the game just interesting and fun and different. I have done challenges in like Minecraft, and I've done challenges in Animal Crossing. And so my favorite challenge would probably be either like the first time I did a 30-day island, or when I first did like a design challenge. One of my first design challenges was my Valentine's Island of Snugglebug, and it was from Crossing Maniac's Frosty Nights challenge. And so you're just given different builds that you are required to do, and you know, you can get all of your items from treasure islands or however you want, but you have to include a certain number of builds on your island. So it's a lot less intense and grindy than something like this, where it's like a vanilla challenge. And even though I do love to do a mixture of both vanilla and just, you know, non-vanilla challenges, I really, really loved doing Snugglebug. It's one of my favorite islands. It was my first Valentine's Island, and I absolutely love that island. So that would probably be my favorite. But also I have a 30-day island that I completed. It was my first 30-day island. It's called Fern Grove. And I do have an island tour on my channel from that. But it was my first 30-day island, and it was an island where I was trying to recreate my very first Animal Crossing island. I had an island or two before where I shared it with my family because we only had one family Switch, but the first time that I ever created an island on my Switch Lite, I attempted cottagecore. And so it was the first time that I did cottagecore. It was the first time I had my own island. And so I was trying to recreate that island because I never saved the DA. And so, yeah, I really, really love Fern Grove as well because it was my first 30-day island, and it was like a nod to one of my very first islands in Animal Crossing. So, and then what is my favorite game outside of acnh? So I love this game so much. I think it is my favorite game of all time, and that's why I'm still playing it. But I also love Minecraft. It was one of the first games that I just became really, really obsessed with, to the point of playing it for years and years and years. I've had games that I love that I've played many, many times, but Minecraft is probably still one of my all-time favorite games. It's probably my second favorite game. And so, yeah, I would say Minecraft. I also love playing Disney Dreamlight Valley. I play that one just for fun. I don't decorate a lot in that game other than just making like dream snap areas where I do dream snaps. But I do love that game, and I love playing it just for fun, just for myself. So another question was, if I was a villager, what would my species and personality be? So I thought about this one, but I think I'd probably just be a normal, like Maple. I think that's why I like Maple so much. And look at Bianca in my way. Oh my gosh. I was like, really, really, girl? You gotta sit right where I'm trying to decorate. Always. But yeah, I think I would just be a normal, and I would be either a normal horse or a normal cub, because I am partial to Maple. I love her so much. She's very sweet. And I think I'm very shy. I'm an introvert, and I love reading and books. And so that's why I think that I would probably be a normal. And horses are my favorite animal, so I would probably be a horse. But also, you know, Maple is my favorite, so I thought of maybe a cub as well. And so another question is how I got into acnh in the first place. So during the pandemic, my daughter was asking about maybe getting Animal Crossing New Horizons, and I hadn't heard anything about it. I was still very much into Minecraft at the time, and so we looked at it, and I also had a friend that I played with, and we were kind of getting burnout on Minecraft, playing it so much every single day, the same game, you know, and so we thought of maybe trying Animal Crossing and seeing, you know, if we could play together. And so we got New Horizons, and I loved it. We played together all of the time, and me and my kids played it. We had an island together. We had a couple islands together, actually. And, you know, they have short attention spans, so of course they didn't last too long. But I kept coming back. So that's how I got into New Horizons. And I did have to keep turning the time back in this game because and making it earlier in the day, because the light just gets so blinding. And so now I'm gonna make some cliffs on the right side. I just love making cliffs at my entrance, just to give it dimension and make it look more mountainy, and you know, I just love cliffs. So that is what I'm doing here. But another question that I got was, why did I start YouTube? So I was never interested in content creation before When I started playing Animal Crossing, it was literally just for fun, something to do during the day. I'm a stay-at-home mom, and so it's just a fun pastime and a fun hobby. But the wonderful and talented April Honey, she liked a lot of my islands that I was submitting for like DA tours, and so she encouraged me to start making content. And at first it was just kind of a joke, and you should have your own channel or you should make your own content, and I didn't take it too seriously, but she actually got me up to 100 subscribers before I started. And so I was like, maybe it would be fun to share my content and my islands with other people. So that is why I started making videos, and I was very shy at first. That's why I had my son join me. I didn't want to do it by myself. And then shortly after I started making videos, we were in a car accident, and I ended up breaking my thumb, or fracturing it, I should say. And so I couldn't really hold the switch and push the buttons. I had to use one hand. And so he actually helped me a lot when I was decorating and designing. And during my Halloween island last year, he helped me a lot on that island, especially catching the bugs, because it was an all vanilla island. And so I wanted to catch some scorpions, to have some scorpion models, and so he actually helped me a lot with that and caught me some scorpions so that I could get some models made. So he was and is my helper. And so I really appreciate his help and how he's helped me just learn to talk to the camera and through the microphone and not be so self-conscious about it, because I am a very big introvert and very shy. So, and then another question that I was asked is, what is my favorite in-game item? My favorite, of course, is all of the mushroom items, but I think if I had to choose only one, and I've said this before, it is the garden wagon. And so I love the garden wagon so much. It's like that wagon that looks like it has flowers in it. That is probably my favorite DIY and favorite item in the game, but I also love all the mushroom DIYs, and so those are my favorite in-game items. If I had to choose a villager that matches each one of my kids, who would they be? So for my oldest daughter, I think I would choose Sky, because she is very sweet, and she is very shy. She is, autistic, and so she stays in her room most of the time and likes her quiet time. She likes books and reading, and so I think I would definitely choose a normal personality for my oldest. And then for my 17-year-old daughter, I would probably choose someone like Pashmina. I was debating on whether to choose like a snooty or a sisterly for her, because she does have a big personality. She tells it like it is, and she cracks me up with what she says. But I think I would go with Pashmina. She's very bossy. She's always been the mom of, motherly type, liking dolls and taking care of her siblings and stuff, making sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. So she's a big help, and she also gets me Starbucks, so I love that. And she also loves Starbucks, so it's not just for me, she gets it for herself too. My 16-year-old, I would say he would be more like Bud. So I'm going to show you this real quick. Can you believe this? Isabel told me that we had a campsite visitor. Can you believe who it was? I was mortified. I was like, nope, absolutely not. I'm not even talking to you. Get off my island. So yeah, that happened. But my 16-year-old, I would say, would be more like Bud. I think that he's a cross between a jock and a lazy, because he is very fit and active, I guess you could say, but I mean, he's a teenager, so he does have a lot of lazy tendencies, and he loves to just play on his video games just like his mom. He loves playing on his Xbox with his friends, and but he does mow the grass, and he loves going swimming with his friends and fishing. Fishing is one of his favorite things to do. So I would say Bud, because he kind of has that laid back surfer kind of personality, but also he's a little bit lazy. And then for my 13-year-old, I chose Blair because she's a little bit quiet and shy, but she also has a bit of a snooty side. We actually call her Attitudey because she can have an attitude. She is a cheerleader, so I'm not trying to stereotype or anything, but I chose Blair for her. And then for my 11-year-old, my helper, I chose Marty. He is very sweet, and he loves his snacks, and so he makes me think of like Winnie the Pooh because of his love of snacks. So yeah, I chose Marty for him. I am trying to put some clear tiles down on this island, but it is hard. I was trying to fill in this area, and I was struggling because I wanted to leave some clear tiles, but also it was difficult for me to do so. So I think I did add like a medium-sized cedar tree there, but other than that, I put some clear tiles down, so I'm proud of myself for that. And so now I'm just working on this left side. I really didn't know what to put here. I had thought of trying to do a diagonal bridge at my entrance, but the resident services wasn't as angled as I usually like. So I did not end up putting a diagonal bridge in. So I didn't know what to put over here on the left. So what do you think I added? I added some cliffs and some waterfalls, because that's what I do. I just, if I have to fill in some space, my go-to is definitely cliffs with waterfalls. So that is what I did. And okay, so another question that I've been asked many times is, will I ever stream? I don't know if I will ever stream. It's so hard to find a time where there's not a million other streams going on. I mod for like 9 people at this point, I think it is, maybe more. So it would be really hard for me to find the time where I wasn't busy and where they weren't actually streaming. I love going to streams. I love hanging out in streams. I work a lot on my islands whenever people are streaming. So, for me to find time when I myself would, be streaming, that would be so difficult. And also, I'm just such a big introvert and so shy. I'm terrified of streaming. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'm terrified of streaming. Yeah, people are scary, and I've been in streams where there's trolls and rude people, and it terrifies the heck out of me. So there you go. I don't know that it will ever happen. I think I would probably stream like on Discord or something to just a few people maybe, but I don't know about like the whole public, because that's scary. But how did I get into gaming? I have always been into video games. I had an original Nintendo entertainment system, an NES. It was the first, console that I got when I was little. I was a big tomboy growing up. I loved catching like turtles and crawfish, and we called them crawdads, but whichever one you want to call them. I caught grasshoppers, and now I hate bugs and they scare me, but I used to be into bugs and catching critters and pets all the time. And I loved video games, and so I played with my friends all the time. They had, Nintendos, and so Super Mario Brothers was my first game, and I only had a few games on the Nintendo, but I played them all the time. I loved it. And then I got a PlayStation, I got a GameCube. I don't remember exactly which systems came out at which time, but I had a lot. I had a lot of different video games because I loved it. So that was one of my favorite pastimes, playing outside with my friends and video games. So yeah, I think I've always really been into games and video games. I have said before that I have 2 master's degrees. So I did go to college. I went to college for, it started out as art. So I wanted to be an art teacher. And so I had a scholarship at a junior college for drawing and painting, and I really loved doing that. But then when I got to a big university, the competition was, of course, fierce, and it was a very competitive degree. And so my advisor told me that I could probably make it as an abstract artist, which was like a slap in the face. So I was like, oh, maybe this is not what I should be doing. So I had wanted to just become an art teacher and teach art, but I decided after that to switch my degree to English. I really loved books and I loved literature, and so I was going to get my master's in English, and I got my bachelor's in English as well, and I was gonna get my master's and my doctorate in English so that I could be a professor and I could actually teach, students that wanted to be taught, not just freshmen who, everybody has to take a certain English class in college. I didn't want to teach those classes. I wanted to teach the upper level English lit classes where you could really dive into different novels and genres and stuff. So I did get my bachelor's in English, and then I decided I was done with college. It was like 10 years at this point, and I was ready to be done. And so instead of going another 4 to 6 years to get my doctorate, I decided to just do another 2 years and get my master's in library science instead, so that I could just maybe work at a library with books and help people or kids. I could do, if I was a kids librarian, I could do different story times and stuff. At this point in my college career, I was working at a daycare, so I really loved, doing lesson plans and working with kids. And then I started having my own kids, and I ended up having 5. So I never did actually pursue a career and get a job using any of my degrees. I just stayed home with my kids. I was blessed enough to be able to do so. And so yeah, that is what I went to school for and what my degrees are in. And then another question that I got was, what I wanted to be when I grow up, I kind of answered that a bit. I wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to be an art teacher because I loved art, but I wasn't sure that I could handle kids in a public school setting. Wasn't sure that I had the patience for that. And to be like a school librarian, you had to have a few years of teaching experience. So yeah, ultimately I just decided that wasn't for me, and I never pursued it after having kids. I decided that I like staying home too much. I became an even bigger introvert after COVID, so I did not want to leave my house after COVID, and yeah, my kids are still here. They're getting older, so they don't need as much attention, and they are pretty sufficient, and so I do get a lot of content work done during the day when they're at school, and when I am watching or modding streams, I'm usually a big lurker. I try to be as present as I can if I'm modding, but if I'm not, then I'm usually working on islands or videos. I'm constantly in my room at my desk working on islands and videos. It's like a 24/7 job at this point, but I do think that it has helped my motivation. If I was not creating videos where I was showing each of the builds, I don't think I would be near as productive or motivated to work on these islands. When there is not a wedding coming up or a beach vacation, are you motivated to lose weight? I just think of it like that. I have something that kind of like a deadline that I need to work towards, and so if I didn't have that deadline where I needed to post a video, then I just wouldn't be as motivated to work on it. And I don't have a set schedule. I try to post Monday and Wednesday for videos, but if I don't get something done, then I do have to occasionally change that. But that's what I try to do. I try to post Monday and Wednesday, and I was hoping to do some Forever Friday videos with my Forever Island, but unfortunately with the other islands and challenges, it's been hard to be able to work on my Forever Island enough to get it to the point where I can decorate, because I am doing all of it vanilla and getting all of the DIYs and items myself. So farming all of the balloons for like the mushroom recipes, it takes time, and so I'll get there eventually, but it just takes time. So that was another one of my questions, is how I find time juggling making content and modding for so many people. And so that was my answer for that, is just a lot of times Mondays and Wednesdays are a little bit lighter on streams that I mod for, at least in the daytime. So I'm able to get a lot done on those, and I just try to work on it while other people are streaming, and while I'm modding as well. So I had a lot of different questions from my members, so thank you guys so much. But another question that I got is if I have a secret talent. I don't think I have a secret talent. I used to be able to draw and paint, and I loved doing that, and it was my major for a while, but I have not done art in so long, I'm not sure I could even do it anymore. I haven't tried in a long time. It was a huge confidence killer to have my advisor tell me that I could maybe do abstract art for a career. So I think that I'm just my own worst critic, and so when someone knocks me down, I just tend to believe them, I don't know. But I'm sorry this build is so long. I did a huge area because this is only a 15-day island, so building up these cliffs and waterfalls and filling them all in, it took me a really long time. But the main struggle that I'm having on this island is just having enough flowers and trees and bushes. I tried to buy from Leaf, but a lot of what Leaf is selling is the in-season bushes, which I don't want to use. I'm not a huge fan of the Camilla, I think that's how you say it, bushes with the red flowers and the pink flowers. I'm just not a huge fan of those, and I want to keep this island like natural looking with white flowers and just the beige and brown log items that I chose. I didn't want to have a bunch of color down, and so I haven't been wanting to use the Camilla bushes, and the other bushes that Leaf has been selling is the holly bushes, which I'm also not a huge fan of. So yeah, I've gotten some bushes from the Capon Islands, but it's just been a struggle to get enough to decorate with. So I'm having to do a lot of time traveling to try to find either Capon Islands that are out of season, or to find Leaf on Harves with different bushes. And my trees, I had a whole tree farm back there, and I used a lot of them on this build. There's a lot of trees, and so that took a lot of my tree storage. So just having enough money and miles, that is the struggle. I didn't want to try to bother with turnips on this island, so I've just been making money selling the sister fruit, and I did buy some crops to be able to cook, but also to sell. So I wanted to be able to sell the crops so that I could have some bells that way as well. So I have been planting and harvesting crops. I've got carrots and sugarcane, wheat. I think that might be all, but some of the recipes that I've got need sugar and flour, and so I just wanted to be able to make those myself. So having enough space to grow my crops, to grow my trees, to have my flowers, yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle just having to time travel so much to be prepared. And I thought I was prepared, but apparently filling up all of these cliffs with bushes and flowers, it took a lot more than I bargained for. And I didn't have as much, glowing moss as I would have liked. I usually either use weeds or I use glowing moss, but on this island I'm using both. And of course I have plenty of weeds because I didn't sell them all to Leaf, but I definitely didn't have as much glowing moss as I would have liked. So that has been a struggle, and I haven't had some of the items that I really love using, like the pillars and some of the single tile tall items, the mush lamps. I really have some go-to items that I really love using, and even though it's not a huge variety, I wouldn't say that I use like a huge variety of items. It's still more than 15. So it has been a struggle, but now I'm just finishing up decorating the top of the cliff up here by resident services, and we will be finished. It was a huge area. I went all the way to resident services because it's not as far as my, sometimes my resident services are really far from the entrance, and it wasn't as far. I don't know that you can see it from the entrance, but it's close. You can almost see it from the entrance. So I wanted to try to get as much done as I possibly could, and I did get a big area done. So I am pretty happy with the progress. I'm hoping that I'll still be able to finish in time. This is day 3, so I hope that you guys enjoyed. I hope that the Q&A was something that was interesting. I don't know. I think I'm pretty boring, but hopefully it was something to listen to. I am liking using the gyroids on this island because they're not a leaf item, so I can use gyroids. And I was thrilled to get that squeakoid, so I was very happy about that. But yeah, I hope that you guys are enjoying this island and this challenge. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you guys enjoy challenges yourself. And thank you so much for watching. Thank you to all my members for all the questions. I appreciate you so much. And we'll show the final walkthrough in just a moment. And we are done. And I have my helper here.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm
So
ready.
I did the whole entrance.
Oh, that's cute.
Ta-da!
Oh, that is. Oh.
You like it?
I was gonna say it was something, but I don't think you would allow it. It's preppy.
I don't know what that means.
Oh. It's giving cottage core.
Oh yeah, okay, that's fine. I stopped right there, but
That's not what preppy means, by the way.
okay, well, whatever. I'm not down with the
Okay.
modern lingo.
Okay.
Some of my cosmos still haven't grown in yet, but most
Okay.
of them have. So yeah, I stopped right here.
Nice.
But I got a
nice.
big chunk done. I mean, if you look on the
Oh
map,
my gosh, that's a lot of trees.
I had to have a tree farm.
Oh.
So yeah, all the way up to resident services, and then I'm probably going to continue the waterfall all the way up to the top waterfall and then over to the river mouth.
I like it.
Like it? Alright.
Yeah.
So all of this with just 15 leaf items.
15. Oh
Well,
yeah, I forgot
okay.
it's this one.
Yeah, it's not like 15 individual. Like I picked 15 items.
Yeah, I know. Like
Yeah.
15 like regular items, but you can use as many items
Many
of
of
that
those.
item. Many
yes.
of those items. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
it's kind of hard to explain.
It is, but yeah.
If you know, you know. Okay.
Okay.
So.
All right, we're gonna say bye.
Okay. Bye. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my channel. I am Crispy, and today is day 4 of our 15-day, 15-item challenge. So this island is a 15-day island that I'm attempting to do and attempting to decorate using only 15 leaf items. And of those 15 leaf items that I choose, I can use as many of those as I want, but only those 15. So last time we actually started decorating the entrance, and I got a huge chunk of the island done. I mean, I think it's a huge chunk. And some of my weeds have grown in now, and they are looking very similar, so I may go back at the end if I have time and just, pick a few and replant them just so that they don't all look the same. I don't like these ones because they're like skinny and they don't cover enough of the tile. I like those. Yeah, I like those. But yeah, I just don't want them all to look the same. So today Leaf is here. Yay. So I bought some more bushes because Leaf actually has the hibiscus bushes, not just the camellia bushes. And so I bought some of those, and I might buy some more roses. I got some roses and I planted them because I was struggling with what flowers I was using, and having the same flower like right next to each other. Also, I moved my tree farm over here out of the way. Well, it's in the way. It will be in the way, but I wanted to try to terraform some of the water at my river mouth over there. So yeah, I did plant some roses, so I might go back in and add a few roses to my entrance. I just didn't have any at the time, so now I have almost every single white flower in the game other than pansies. I just don't like pansies. It's my least favorite flower. I'm sorry if you love pansies, but I don't. So I have just decided to maybe bring this cliff over here, like extend it this way maybe. I don't know. I'm just struggling with what to do next. I think though that for today I will build up a cliff here by resident services and maybe put the shop, move the shop over here. I would love it if my shop did not upgrade, but I'm sure it probably will because I have been buying and selling trees in there and flowers, and I've sold all of the items that I've got from villagers, from trees, you know, when I shake them and everything like that, because I cannot use them, most of them anyway. Oh, a ski slope wall. Okay. So yeah, I've just been selling those and also selling crops for bells so that I can pay for inclines and pay for bridges and pay off my loan to increase my storage. I'm trying not to make my house too big because then I feel like I have to decorate it. So but yeah, I think today what I want to do is put a cliff here, do some terraforming, maybe move the shop, and see how far we get. All right, so the first thing that I did was do some terraforming, and I didn't even show all of the terraforming because it changed many times. I was trying to do it as quickly as possible. Of course, a 15-day island, I can't spend a ton of time trying to terraform intricate, you know, rivers and cliffs and stuff, but I did try to connect my water from the entrance waterfall to like up. I have a cliff waterfall in the back, and it goes to my river mouth, and I didn't mind how that looked so much, but I just didn't know, you know, what I was gonna do with it and why I was doing it. So I did end up taking some of that out, and some of the cliffs on the left side of the island I worked with and tried to do some waterscaping, and I redid it about 3 or 4 times. So I did cut some of that out, but I just thought that I should focus on the job at hand, which was this cliff by resident services, because I really wanted to put the shop here. I thought it would be a good place for it. I like to put my Nook's Cranny towards the front of the island. That's what I usually do, and so I built up this cliff here by resident services. The fabric code on the ground was to mark the incline that I was going to put there, and I always forget that you have to allow one more space for an incline when you're by the plaza, because the plaza says no, you're too close, you can't touch the plaza with an incline, basically. So I did have to cut into the cliff even more in that case, but yeah, you can see it didn't fit. I had to do one more space, which is so weird because there's still like a space from the plaza there, but whatever. The game said no. So I had to do some time traveling in this build as well because of building the incline and trying to terraform around. I was going to connect the cliff from the left side of the island to this cliff where I was building resident services, and so I filled all this in, and then I didn't like how it looked, and so I ended up cutting a lot of it out, like manually, not just out of the build, but I ended up taking a lot of it back out. I'm just indecisive. I don't know exactly what I want. I play around with my terraforming. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. And so, yeah, in the case of this build on this day, I really did not like what I was building, and the shape that I was building. It's not that it looks bad. When I'm standing here looking at it, it just looked bad on the map. And so, yeah, I decided not to do this. I was gonna maybe do some kind of a land bridge going over to, you know, the left side from the Nook's Cranny over to the left side of the island and maybe put some villager houses, but yeah, I just wasn't happy with how it came out, so I ended up taking most of it back out again. But that's okay, because, you know, just as easily as you can build in this game, you can also take down. And I do end up taking a lot of my builds back down when I'm not happy with them and I don't like them. I am, you know, pretty fortunate enough in this game to have built many islands, and so I have, you know, gotten better with my terraforming, and I've gotten to be a lot more confident than I used to be, but I'm still struggling. I'm still not the best. And so, yeah, look at that beautiful baby Nooks. Oh my gosh. I'm so sad, guys. I'm so sad, because what I did not want to happen ended up happening. While I was doing this build and time traveling in order to get inclines built, in order to be able to pay for the inclines and the bridges for all of the terraforming that I was doing, it ended up upgrading. And I was so sad to hear the announcement from Isabel. I wish I could have kept it on that day. I wish I had had enough like flowers, bushes, and wheat fields that I have been ordering every single day. You can only order 5 a day, so I've been ordering wheat fields and lanterns and storefronts with bells, but I've also had to buy from Leaf all of the flowers and the bushes, and so yes, it did end up upgrading, sadly. Very sad, because I think it looks so cute as baby Nooks on this island, and it matches so much better than the bright yellow and bright red. If I wasn't doing a 15 items challenge, I would have covered up the shop with something, with some castle pieces or something. I don't know what, but something. I would have covered it up, because now I don't like the way that it looks. You can totally see the bright blue and red building, and it's yeah. I mean, I could just hide it behind a cliff, but I had already planned out doing the shops in this build, and I had already done the build for the Nook's Cranny, and I was doing the Able Sisters build, which we will do after this one is finished. So I didn't really have any choice, unfortunately. Because this is a vanilla challenge, I am having to go into the shop every day and sell items to pay for inclines and bridges, and I'm, you know, having to go into Blather's tent and assess my fossils and then just sell them. You know, it does take a lot of money to pay off inclines and bridges, and so unfortunately it ended up upgrading, and yeah, so I'm very sad about that. But unfortunately there was just nothing that I could do. If I didn't have to time travel so much, then, you know, I could have maybe kept it a baby, but I didn't think that I could decorate the entire island in only, you know, 20-30 in-game days. You know, you have to. I was struggling with that baby weed so much. I don't like the pointy ones, but you can only order 5 items a day. And I use a lot of wheat fields. I mean, I only have access to 15 leaf items. So, other than bushes and flowers and weeds and glowing moss, I don't have much options. So, yeah, it happened. Just gonna have to get over it. It's fine. I could have, done this island on my spicy switch, and I could have just frozen my pockets and put 15 of the leaf items in my pockets and just used that same item over and over and over and over again for the whole island and never gone into Nook's Cranny, but I just didn't feel like that was enough of a challenge. I really wanted to do a 15 item challenge the vanilla way, the normal. Is it normal? I don't even know what is normal in this game anymore, because we can all play it differently, and so I don't think there is a normal way, but I guess the original way, I could say that, maybe, I don't know. But anyways, I put this little seating area outside of Nook's, and then I was trying to decide what I was gonna do with the rest of the cliff. Maybe I made it a bit too big. You can see where I had Able Sisters already placed at the bottom there, and I was time traveling in order to get the incline built, in order to get Able Sisters placed, in order to get Nook's placed. It was a lot of time traveling. But ultimately, I just decided to go with this tree farm here. Because I had no idea what else to put here. I might even do like a bigger tree farm somewhere else, but since I have a firewood leaf item that I can use, since I can use tools, I used an axe, I can use trees, I used the cedar trees. I also put a sled up here because that's one of my 15 leaf items. I thought there might be a sled by the shop, and so I'm just going with a woodsy, outdoor, very rustic town. That's why the baby Nooks was perfect, but no, it's fine. I'll get over it. I will. But yeah, so I decided to do a tree farm, and luckily I had found the barbed wire fence in the Nook stop, and so I was able to use that. I just haven't gotten very good fences yet. I have the fence from Harv's, what is it called? Log fence or something like that. I have that one. I do like that one. I have the vertical board fence, but I just feel like the vertical board fence looks more town core. And so I've been wanting the country fence. So that is one of the fences that I have not been able to get or find so far. Hopefully I will find it before this challenge is over with. But as of yet, I have not found it yet. And of course, the one tree that I put down and try to chop down so I have a stump, it has a wasp in it. So I had to run into resident services real quick. But that was funny, so I left it in. But yeah, I'm just trying to put this fence around the tree farm, and because of the edges of the cliffs, it's a little bit fiddly, but I wanted there to look like there was trees that had been fallen over, that were chopped down. I wanted to put the axe there. I wanted to put some firewood around and just try to make as good of a tree farm as I could. I thought about putting some storefronts somewhere to make it look like there was like some kind of a shop or a building where you could go in and buy the trees or whatever. But yeah, I didn't have a lot of space on this cliff after I put this tree farm in, so I really just added filler around it. But I wanted there to be a number of different sizes of trees, and so I did plant a cedar sapling there, and I was hoping that I could remember to come back and stunt it at one day. Sometimes I forget to stunt trees. you know, when you're time traveling multiple days in a single playing session, sometimes you forget what you've done and what you haven't. And I'm trying to do all the things, and I don't always remember to stump my trees when I'm supposed to. And so I had to chop that tree down that I planted probably 4 times before I finally got it to the stage that I wanted it, which was just stage 1. So yeah, that was a struggle. But other than that, one of the biggest struggles that I've had is just like getting the country fence, getting the bushes that I want. I've been using primarily the plumeria bushes or hibiscus, just because that was one bush that I got, I think, from Leaf. And so I have those around. I didn't want to use the camellia bushes because those are in bloom, and I did not want a whole bunch of color on this island. I wanted it to be primarily just whites and browns. And so other than gyroids, which I do have some gyroids that have blue on them, I'm trying to stick to a very muted winter color scheme. And so, but I haven't been able to find the country fence. I haven't been able to find my glasses yet in Abel's Sisters. I have been looking, and I still have not gotten those. They've had all kinds of different other glasses, but not the ones that I usually have. And let's see, what else? Oh, there was pumpkins also that I was missing for a while. Now I've finally got pumpkins because Leaf came again. And so I have planted some pumpkins back there. There was a recipe, a food recipe, and it was like, oh, it was pickled veggies. Now I remember. I was trying to remember what it was. It's pickled veggies. I love that item. It's a food item, so it's not a leaf item. I can totally use food because it is not a leaf. And so I wanted to be able to cook that and put it somewhere, maybe in my house or a villager yard if there was going to be like a table. I mean, I don't have a table, like a log stool as a table, a barrel as a table. You know what I mean? Something like that. If I was going to put it anywhere on this island, I wanted to be able to cook that, and I did not have pumpkins. And so now I do. So that is one of the items that has been hard for me to get, but now I actually have that. I'm still looking for the glasses and the country fence, so I am hoping I can find those before this island is finished, but if not, I'll just wear the glasses that I have on. And yeah, it'll just have to be what it is. But we are almost finished with this build up here by Nook's Cranny and the tree farm, and then we will go down towards the Abel Sisters. I just wanted to try to get both of the shops decorated today because, you know, those are 2 big builds for an island, and instead of just hiding them behind a cliff, I actually wanted to decorate around them. So that is what we focused on today, but just to get enough of the flowers and the bushes and the trees. And it's been it has been a grind and a struggle. I have almost run out of glowing moss a few times. I got stuck there, so I thought that was funny. I left it in. I was trying to get off the log bench, but I guess I didn't have room. But yeah, I've almost ran out of the glowing moss in the vine several times, and luckily I've managed to find a vine island, a Cap'n Island a few times, and been able to get more, but I definitely haven't used as much as I would have liked. I'm not really jiving with the weeds on this island. I don't know why, but they just seem really busy, and so I may end up picking all of the weeds and just putting clear tiles down or something like that. I might pick them the ones that I can see in the foreground anyway. Maybe not the ones high on cliffs or something, but I may pick some of the ones that are really standing out in the foreground and plant them again, or just put a clear tile down because I'm just not liking them. I like the baby weeds that I'm placing around, but once they grow in and they look very messy, I'm just not liking them as much. So, but anyways, we're finished, I think, with the Nooks Cranny area. Now we're gonna move on to the Able Sisters. There wasn't a lot I could do with the Able Sisters, but I did end up unlocking Reese and Cyrus at Harv's, simply for the ability to change one of my storefronts into white. I didn't want all white storefronts, and that's why I only cataloged the brown one. I really like how the brown looks with the in-game pathing, with the trees, with the really dark log furniture, that plain party lights arch even. I'm so thankful that the one on my island from the Nook Stop is the version that I wanted, and I didn't have to go and customize every single party lights arch. But all I could do really is put a storefront in front of the window just in case there's a hot dog costume in the window or something. I can just cover that up, and then I put 2 of the coats like I'm wearing right now. I put 2 of those coats outside because it's a piece of clothing, it's not a leaf item, so I can use it. And yeah, that was pretty much all that I did for the outside of Able Sisters. And I will put the party lights arch back down, but I was putting some pathing in and some glowing moss and a few weeds and codes around, so I wanted to make sure I had that all in before I put the party lights arch down. But you can see the rock right there by where I'm decorating. I ended up leaving that rock there. I'm not sure that I'm actually gonna move it because I like how it looks there, and so I don't think I'm gonna try to do a rock garden. I don't think I'm gonna have time, but I think it looks good there, so I'm hoping my other ones will kind of do something similar and look pretty natural like that. I did add a barrel and some boots on the barrel, and then I came back later and put a log stool down with the other color of boots. Since I had used both colors of coats, I wanted to make sure that I had both colors of boots just to, you know, have something else there. It was a pretty plain, you know, decorated building, but at least it had a few things outside. But then I just was filling in the area around the Able Sisters. You can see here that I had changed my waterscaping. Originally, I had a waterfall going all the way to the river mouth that was down below, and I ended up taking a lot of that water out so that I could have a path going through, and I ended up not bringing the cliff over any. I ended up just wanting to add some waterscaping in instead. Sometimes I just decide on a whim. I don't know what made me decide. Maybe I thought that bringing the cliff over would cut off the view too much of the Able Sisters. I don't know. I also decided to put a house down here. I'm kind of bringing the path over to where there is going to be a house. I decided to put Diana. Words failed me. I was thinking Whitney, and that's not Whitney. Whitney is a wolf. Diana is the deer, and she is the one that I put over here. I'm trying to find some places for houses around the island. So while I was doing this and getting growing more trees, growing more flowers. I was also doing some terraforming and redoing some terraforming and redoing some terraforming. So I didn't include all of that terraforming in because it changed many times, and I was struggling with my confidence in being able to terraform this island. I was like, why record it when I am failing so badly? I have recorded this 3 times already and redone this 3 times already. So yeah, I didn't show all of that because it took many tries, but I am happy with the end result. I am happier with this waterscaping here. I just brought the waterfall around to another waterfall, made this like semicircle kind of river moment, if you want to call it that. And I like the shape of it better than just the river that was going down to the river mouth. And I have done this before. I did this on my hard mode island where I put the wild log benches and I surround it with flowers. I just think about, if you're in a meadow of flowers and you sit down on a fallen log, and it's a really pretty moment, and it's really pretty scenery. And so I was just trying to recreate that. I really love staggering the wild log benches and putting flowers all the way around them. So I thought it would fill in the space nicely. But yeah, so also one of the items that I have not been able to get so far is a milkshake. I've been looking inside the Nook's Cranny, but I've seen like the green, I think it's called the melon soda. And that is a drink. It is not a leaf item, so I could use that for like a picnic or something. But I didn't want the green melon soda. I wanted the white milkshake, but that's one that I have not seen so far. So I'm hoping that I will find that, or the iced latte, I think is what it's called, iced coffee. One of those would be great to put like on a picnic or something. But the reason that I didn't choose a cushion or a kid's tent or something like that as one of my 15 leaf items is because I didn't foresee myself doing a lot of picnics on a winter island. It's not that you can't have them. I may have a few, but I just thought that picnics would go more on like a spring or summer island, even a fall island. I don't know. So if I don't find that, that's fine. I may not do a lot of picnics, but if I do find the milkshake or the iced latte, then I may end up putting a few by some villager houses or something. I was trying to put some of the shorter trees by these wild log benches because I didn't want anything too tall, because you can see the Able Sisters in the background, and I thought that it would completely block the view if I put too tall of trees there. But now you can see where I had put down Diana's house plot there, so I'm gonna have to time travel to get that moved. And at one point during this build, she did have a thought bubble, but I ignored it, and I ended up taking a net and just giving her a little tap on the head. Sometimes you just gotta tap them once just to knock some sense into them. No, that sounds so mean. I just meant that it will take away the thought bubble if you just lovingly tap them once. Yeah. I'm not trying to be mean to them. I'm just trying to give them a different idea than leaving my island. At this point, I was only ready to let go of Billy because he's kind of a brighter orange. His house has like an Asian look to it. He would be great on a Japanese island, but for this island, I just didn't think that he went as well as some of the other villagers. So I was ready to let him go, but not the others. I really love how Diana's exterior looks though. I really, really do. I love this version of the house exterior. On this island, I also love the log cabins. I think they look really good in winter, but I really love this white exterior of house, and then she has like a light bluish gray roof. I just am really loving these tones, and if I could customize all of their houses, I would definitely go with something more like this, like Diana's house. And I mean, Bianca has a similar exterior. It's not quite as pretty. Also Renee, but I think she has a black door. But oh well, beggars cannot be choosers, because I am not doing HHP on this island, so it is fine. But one thing that I was going to talk about is, of the 15 leaf items that I chose, you know, do I regret any of my choices so far? And I think that if I had to go back and maybe choose something different, I might have taken away the campfire. I haven't even used that item yet. I thought about putting it up by the nook's cranny where I put the log chairs, and I think I even had one in my inventory, and then I just never put it down. I don't know if I thought maybe I didn't have room or if I forgot, not sure, but that's one that I may not use as much as I thought. It would be great on the beach, and I may put some by some villager houses, but that's one that I may not use as much as I thought that I would. So I could have potentially given myself something else, one of the other log pieces of furniture, like the decorative shelves or the log lounge or something, log table, one of the log tables maybe. I don't know. I could have chosen something else. A lot of the items that I chose was, the reason that I chose them was because it only contained like simple, easy to get materials. So I love the garden rock. I love the glowing moss furniture, but for example, the giant vine, which is one of my favorite items to use, it requires 25 vines per giant vine. And so I didn't want to use those glowing moss items and the vine items, you know, or the rocks, like there's a garden rock, requires 15 rocks per garden rock. And so I didn't want to give myself an item that was going to require so much, you know, difficult materials to get. And there's where Bianca had a thought bubble. I just totally ignored her. I was like, oh, is that Billy? But no, it was Bianca. And so I just was like, nope, not talking to her. I don't have time for this. I'm trying to finish this build. And I have almost finished filling in this area, but I wanted to make sure I filled in all around Diana's yard and brought the path all the way over. That was my original log bridge. That was my original log bridge that I got from Tom, and I kept it there, and I didn't want to demolish it because, you know, it was a free bridge and bridges are expensive. So I kept that bridge, and I ended up just putting some cliffs and waterfalls coming down. And yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm gonna put an incline going up the cliff on the left side of the bridge, and I'm gonna put a villager house up there. I'm not sure who yet, but I will figure it out. So okay, so what is your favorite thing to do with fall or winter? Your favorite thing to go and do? One of my favorite things to go and do in the fall or the winter, one of the things that my family loves to do is ice skating. I don't ice skate a lot, but my kids love it. And so sometimes there will be some ice skating rinks around. I know there's one in the mall somewhere where you can actually go and ice skate like all year round. But as far as like outside places, there's only one that I can think of that they can go to in the winter, and it's not even because it's cold enough in Texas to ice skate, but it's just that they have one kind of like, I guess, where it works like a hockey rink would work. So I guess it's man-powered, or however you want to say it. But yeah, they love to go and ice skate. I love to stay home by a cozy fire and read a book or watch a movie. That's one of my favorite things to do. I love blankets and being cozy in a warm hoodie. You know, that is one of my favorite things to do in the fall or winter. And so, yeah, just wondering, what is y'all's favorite thing to do in the fall or winter and what you like most about it? And well, also, what is your favorite drink that you like, maybe a nice warm drink that you like to drink in the fall or winter? Because I love pumpkin spice lattes. I really do. Coffee is one of my favorite drinks. Next to, actually, it probably is my favorite drink. I like it better than water, even though I should drink water more. I love coffee more. And so, one of my favorite things to get in the fall is a pumpkin spice latte because I love coffee. But Starbucks also has this like iced oatmeal pecan crunch in the fall that is also really, really good. And so I love getting fall drinks that have pumpkin or pecan, and I love getting like pumpkin muffins or pumpkin cookies. You know, I love pumpkin flavored things. And so that's one of my favorite things to get in the fall or winter. We don't have much of a winter here in Texas, but if it's cold enough, you know, we do have our fire going in the winter, and we really love having our fire going. And so I am ready for the winter. It is 91 here today, and so I am definitely ready for more fall and winter weather that I have not seen yet, but I'm hoping that I will eventually. But we are so close to finishing up this build. I just wanted to fill in this little space here behind Diana's house with some trees and some flowers, so that it was all filled in nicely. And I wanted the path to go up past the Able sisters as well, and it was a little bit of a squish situation here because of the river, but I had changed the water terraforming there, like I said, at least 3 or 4 times before I was actually happy with it. And so I really do like this version better, and I managed to get some of the path circles to squeeze by here, and so I don't know what the path's gonna lead to yet. Probably some villager houses, but I will figure that out. I just wanted to leave myself a path to go through because I do have my tree farm and my crops right through this pathway. So I'm gonna have to move those eventually. I'll probably work on decorating the left side over here next time, probably like over that bridge by Diana's house, and to the left I'll probably work on decorating up there and just try to get the bottom half of the island done before, you know, the halfway point. I would like to be halfway on this island by the halfway point, because that makes sense. But yeah, I hope that you guys enjoyed. I'm so glad I made it through this voiceover, because my kids have been in school for about a month now, and yeah, they keep bringing home germs, and so my throat is really sore today, and even my son is home sick with a sore throat. So I was worried about making it through, but I made it. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you to all my members. I appreciate you guys so much. All right, and I am back and finished with this area finally. It took way too long, and I kept having to replant that little cedar tree because I kept letting it grow too much. But it's just so much time traveling to get my money rocks and my money tree and sell my crops so that I can buy more plants, flowers, you know, more saplings, more to pay off the inclines and the bridges. And I'm so sad that Nook's Cranny ended up upgrading, but at least I have this area done. And then down here we have this area completely finished. Abel's sister's here, and all I could do is just put a few coats outside, but I think that the white storefront matches pretty well. And then all of this area is filled in, and I really like the waterscaping a lot better than it was. I really love how Diana's house looks here. Her coloring just matches these colors so much. But I have been doing a lot of terraforming, which I will show next time. I don't want this video to get too much longer, but I finished all the way up to here. So I am happy with how this came out for now. And in other news, something else happened. Gosh, let's talk to him. Let's talk to him. Let's talk to him. Please. Oh my gosh! What are the odds? I have been dragging my feet and procrastinating buying another plot because I didn't know where I was gonna put my 9th and 10th villager. I have to be so careful here. Safe travels. Oh my gosh. I have hit Diana on the head. I don't even know how many times, because it just keeps moving to people that I don't want to leave. And even though Diana may not be brown and neutral for this island, she's so much better than Billy. I'm sorry. Billy's cute. He's very cute. But his house does not go on this island. It's just not the right style or anything. And he's very orange. So, yeah, okay. So next time we will be villager hunting. And I will probably just keep working on this area over here. I need to put a villager up here. I don't know who, but we'll figure it out. So I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm so sorry that this video was so long and I blabbed on so long. But thank you so much for watching. Thank you to all my members. We will see you next time. Bye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome to my channel. I am Crispy, and today is day 5 of our 15-day 15 item challenge. And when I say 15 items, I mean leaf items. Just want to keep reiterating that point. But last episode we worked on this area by the shops, and Billy asked to leave, so I time traveled and his plot is empty. When I said goodbye, why am I looking in there? When I was saying goodbye to Billy, I found another vine island. Words are hard. I found another vine island, so I was just about out of vines and glowing moss and bushes as well, and I managed to find another vine island, so that was exciting. Also, was it here? Yes, I found a summer island, so I was able to get the more hibiscus bushes as well. So most of what I'm using on the island to decorate with is the plumeria bushes because they're not in bloom. And I'm not a real big fan of bushes that are in bloom, especially when they're not in my color scheme. So I've been using mostly hibiscus and the plumeria bushes. So I was very, very happy to find those. I did actually find a maple leaf island as well. Unfortunately, there was some acorns on the ground, but not pine cones. I wish I had some pine cones, but I do not. So I don't really feel like time traveling back to fall to get pine cones. I'd have to shake a bunch of trees, and that takes a whole bunch of time. But we did finish off all of this area. I'm so sorry it's so bright and blinding. I had to set the time to when the shop was open so that I could sell my produce. My pumpkins have now grown, and I will probably sell all of them except for the white ones because I'd like to be able to decorate with the white ones. Of course, it's gonna fly right over my crops, so it's gonna take a while to get over there. But yeah, I might actually plant more of these white pumpkins and decorate with them. Like, I don't have any of the spooky recipes, but that would be a leaf item, and I can't use that because I didn't choose it, but I can use the plants because they are not a leaf item. So, has it gone over all of the crops yet? It's probably nothing that I actually need, but I do have 15 tickets in my inventory, so we're gonna go look for someone. Ideally, I would love to find Shep, I would love to find Grizzly, Eric, Bones, any of the natural brownish looking winter villagers. Yeah, an elephant slide. Yeah, I'm just gonna sell that. Not worth it. But sometimes it's DIYs that I could use, like, the wallpaper, the snowy, I don't know what all of them are called, but some of the snowy ones that I might actually put in my house, so those are helpful. But these dung beetles rolling the snowballs, those are not helpful. But yeah, I'm just gonna sell these so that I can get some more money for more inclines and bridges, and I will meet you guys on the first island. Alright, here we are on the first island, and it is the Climby Island with pansies. Ew. Oh my gosh, it's Mitzi. Wow, right off the bat we get a cutie. Do I want to just spend one ticket in the interest of time on a cutie? I mean, I do have Sherb, so it would be another like whitish bluish villager. Now, this is hard. Decisions are hard. I really like Mitzi, but of course I would love to have Grizzly or Shep or Eric. I would love to have one of them. I still have 2 plots that I can buy, so I could still get them. So I may just take Mitzi. I mean, we're almost halfway done with this challenge. I mean, okay, it's day 5, but I think day 7.5 is, technically halfway through, and we're almost there. So I don't know, I think it's almost halfway, but it really doesn't matter what the personalities are because I have my 15 leaf items that I can use. If I start hitting this rock and you come talk to me, it's gonna mess me up, and I don't always get all 8 drops anyway. Please don't. Okay, good. Yeah, I didn't get all 8 drops anyway, but that's fine. So yeah, it doesn't really matter the personality. I can't worry about recipes other than cooking recipes. Now, cooking recipes I can get. And I've been trying to pop into villager houses when I can, but when I was holding on to that dropped item, which I don't even know if I showed in the speed build because I was trying not to make the video too long, but there was a dropped book on the ground, and I was gonna just leave it alone and not touch it, but if I do that, I think it can disappear technically. I don't even remember if that's true, but I think it disappears if you don't touch it, because I've had bags disappear. So I wanted to have it to, like, for a picnic or something, used to decorate. It's not a leaf item, but then I couldn't talk to anybody when I had it because it could have been theirs. And literally all it told me was somebody dropped this. So it could have been anybody's. And I didn't want to take that chance. So I haven't been actually seeing if anybody's cooking, you know, the last couple days since I was holding on to that. But yeah, I'm just blabbing on because I'm trying to decide whether or not I take her or not. She is cute, and it's only 15 tickets, so I'm not guaranteed to find anybody that I actually want. And I still have 2 more plots, so I think I'm going to take Mitzi. I think I'm going to take her in the interest of time, you know, and not worry about looking for somebody that may not even, you know, show up, right? So I'm gonna do that. Let's talk to her. I talked to myself into it. Alright, Mitzi, come to Boreal. I think she could fit. I think she's pretty, you know, neutral in her color scheme, and we do still have Shep, so at least she will go with Shep, right? I can't be too picky with 15 tickets. Alright, well, I'm gonna finish collecting materials and I'll see you guys back on the island. Alright, so I just decided to get another plot of land and go ahead and get my 9th villager because I checked with Isabel after I picked up all my stuff that was laying all over the ground. And once Mitzi moved in and we had 8 villagers again, we're up to 4 stars, which I cannot even believe. Because we're not even halfway finished, but also I looked at Mitzi's house and it's so yellow. It does have some blue, but it's so yellow, so I was not a huge fan. Oh my gosh. It's Flurry, the queen of winter. Should I just get Flurry because she's super cute, and then I could have an easy another villager? I really wanted some more like brown villagers, but I mean Flurry, you know? I know what they say about her. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't think she's inappropriate. I think she's cute. So I'm gonna take Flurry. I think she's cute. And then I guess I'll time travel again and get my last plot. I mean, if these hunts are just going to be 1 ticket, why not, right? Although, if Mitzi asks to leave, I might let her go because her house is so yellow. It's so yellow. But I shouldn't spend too much time, like, being picky about villagers and their home exteriors. I should just finish the island, right? That's what I should do. Anyways, we took Flurry, so now she is our 9th villager. I'm gonna time travel so that I can get another plot. Alright, I put the last plot down, so let's see who is on the first island. Okay, I know that he is a Yeti and he would technically go on a winter island, but I just can't. I can't make myself do it. I'm not a huge gorilla fan, and Hans is definitely not one that I would. I think Boone is the only gorilla that I actually like. So I'm so sorry. I know he fits. I know he would work, but I have been taking villagers on the first ticket, and I just kind of hope that I could find Grizzly or Shep or Bones or Eric. I really would love to find somebody that I really love, and I don't really love Hans, so please forgive me if you're a Hans fan. I am just not. So I'm gonna keep going, and I will see you guys on the first island. Not on the first island, on the next island. Sorry. Alright, this is ticket number 2. Okay, no, I'm not taking Shari. No pea hands, no. I know that she's basically neutral in color, but I cannot. No. Hopefully I don't regret not taking Hans. I actually never thought that I would ever hear myself say that. Anyways, alright. I'm going to collect my item in wasps so that I can sell them. And I'm just going to go to the next island. I'm sick of, you know, pillaging all of the islands, and I have a lot of wood in storage because I've been chopping away, so I think I'm just gonna do that, and I will see you guys on the next island. Alright, ticket number 3 is a bull. Oh dear. Okay, well, I'm not taking Vic, so I'm just gonna grab my item and wasp, and I will see you guys on the next island. Alright, this is ticket number 4, I believe. Oh, yay, Money Rock. That's awesome. Another cow. I mean, I know technically Vic is a bull, but why? I guess I got too lucky with having, you know, somebody cute on the first island and first ticket, and now the game is saying, okay, your luck is over, ma'am. You are done. Alright, well, I am going to spend a few minutes and get the money because I do need to pay for bridges and inclines. So I'm going to do this, and then I will see you guys on the next island. Alright, ticket number 5. Is that barreled or olive? Oh my gosh, it's olive. I should take her, right? She's neutral. I'm just getting all the normal cuties. But, like, I have 10 tickets left, but Olive is really, really cute. And I am not worrying about personalities anyway, so I think I'm going to take... Actually, you know what? I should look at her house, because I did not look at Mitzi's house, and I regretted it. So I'm going to look at her house real quick, and then I'll decide. But if the house is okay, then I'll probably just take her. Oh man, there goes my net. Okay, I'll be right back. Alright, yes, I looked and her house is fine. It's just a cream colored neutral house with a brown door and a black roof, and you won't even be able to see the black roof because it'll be covered in snow. So she is so cute. I don't usually have her, and so I can maybe put her and Maple close to each other or something. I don't know. None of their houses match, and I'm just gonna have to be okay with that. But yeah, we got Olive, so that's great. And if, like I said, I can get Mitzi to leave, then I might let her go just because her house is so yellow, and yellow doesn't look the best in the snow. I need to make another net. Alright, I'll see you guys back on the island. Alright, we are back on the island and we have a campsite visitor. I have been time traveling so that I can move houses around, and yeah, Isabel said we had a campsite visitor, so I was gonna go in and check and see if it's anybody that we want. So let's go check. Oh, it's Rolf. I mean, I've never had him for very long before, but he's not bad. And he's another, like, Siberian tiger, right? Like Bianca. I mean, technically she's a leopard and he's a tiger, but they could make a cute couple. I wonder if he would replace Mitzi for me. I really, really like Mitzi, but I don't like how yellow her house is. So I might play a few games with him and see if he can kick out Mitzi. So I'm going to do this for a little bit and we'll see how long it takes. Okay, so I chose the right one by chance. So he's going to go talk to resident services. If it's not Mitzi, I'm just going to exit out of the game and come back. Please pick Mitzi. Please. No! Oh my goodness. I have been at this for way too long and I was about to give up. And he picked everyone on this island except Mitzi and Sherb. Okay, go for it. I have to make sure that I pick the right one because I've accidentally picked the wrong one before. Oh my goodness. I hope you're worth it, Rolf. Oh my goodness. If it wasn't for her bright yellow house, then I wouldn't have bothered. I'm so picky for... I should be decorating. Okay, so that's done. Now maybe I can actually get to decorating. Alright, so that took so long trying to get Rolf, I almost gave up. Oh my goodness. But now I am just working on Renee and Olive's yard. So I decided to put them together because Olive has a black roof and a brown door and a cream colored exterior, and it's very similar to Renee's. At first I had Bianca up here, but I thought that these two exteriors matched better. So these builds do have a whole lot of filler area, so I am so sorry that it is so much flower and bush and tree placing, but that is mostly what I have to use to decorate. And I did take out most of the path laying because it's just mostly the in-game circles with the 4 pieces of path over it like I've been using on the rest of the island. So I did try to cut most of that out because it's just it's a lot of repetition, and the flower placing is also a lot of repetition. But the hardest part of this challenge so far has been just having enough trees, enough flowers, enough of the bushes. Oh my goodness, I'm probably going to have to time travel back to a different month, a month that isn't in season. I could use holly bushes because Leaf has had a lot of holly bushes, but I'm just not a big fan, I'm so sorry, of the holly bushes. So I have been using the hibiscus, I've been using the plumeria, I know I've said that, but also if there has been like the blue or pink hydrangea, I've also used some of that. And so I just, most of the time, Leaf has the camellia bushes and the holly bushes, and that's it. So I haven't been able to buy a lot of bushes. I've been going to Harv's, and it just takes up so much time to go to a cabin island, to go to Harv's, to check the shops every day. And so the last time that I had this much trouble and challenge on an island was when I did my 30-day 30K island. It was a fall island, it was a natural fall island, and I really did love how that island came out, but it was hard. It was a big struggle because I did not have storage for anything, and I have run out of storage on this island a few times already. I'm trying not to upgrade my house too much because there's no way that I'm gonna be able to decorate it. I could say that my house doesn't count like I did on my no items jungle island. I just did my interiors on that island like normal, and I didn't do no leaf items in the interiors because, you know, you can't really do that with villager houses. You can't put a lot of natural items inside. So that is why I just decided on the jungle island to not worry about counting the exteriors. And in the hard mode 2.0 rules, exteriors didn't count. But on this island, I don't know, I feel like if I don't stick to the 15 leaf items inside, that maybe it's not staying true to the challenge. So I don't know what the difference is. I don't know if there is a difference, but it's just something in my brain that I cannot get out. So I will probably just have a very natural looking interior with like a snowy floor, the ski slope wall. So I'm really glad that I have those two recipes. And then I'll probably put some storefronts and wheat fields and maybe some sleds in there. And that will be my interior. And then I'm just gonna block off my bedroom because I will have to have a bed to be able to set the DA. So I'm just hanging up all of my clothes on the wall because I'm out of storage. And then I'm just keeping my bed in there so that I can set the DA. And I'm just literally using Luna's bed. But now is the hard part of filling in the area. I've done the two paths to the two houses, and now I'm just filling in the space. I wasn't sure exactly what to put other than bushes and flowers and trees, but I decided to give them a little pumpkin farm. I have some white pumpkins now, and so I've been putting them around the island where I can, just as another natural filler. And I think it matches everything pretty good. I also have two of the dropped items. You can see one in my inventory every now and then. I was holding on to it because I had found it dropped on the ground and I wasn't able to drop it yet at this point. I think it was Iggly's, and I feel bad, but also like I really wanted the dropped item to be able to use it on a log stool or on a picnic area somewhere. I have two of the dropped books now, so I will be able to use those. I wanted to give them both a little chair and seating area, but I also wanted you to be able to get to that cliff in between their house. And I thought about putting a incline going up to the cliff back there, but I'm not sure exactly what I'm gonna put up there yet. I don't know if I'm gonna have to put a house. I haven't completely planned out where I'm putting every single house yet. I need to do that. And I'm not sure what I'm going to put up there yet. So right now it's just a vine, but I want it there to be the plank path because it's either going to be an overlook up there or it's going to be a house. And so I may have to move some of this in between their houses if I do end up putting an incline there. But for now, I just left it accessible. And so I did end up moving their seating areas down a little bit, just because if you look on the map and you see all of these circles, it was kind of a V shape, and I kind of wanted it to be more circular because I just thought that it looked better on the map and it made more sense to have the path going to both houses, not just from the incline but also from each house, if that makes sense. So that is why I ended up putting more of the circles down. Here in a minute you will see that, but I also have run out of roses now. I didn't buy too many at the time. I should have bought more. It was just storage space. So on to my 30-day 30K island, I wasn't able to pay off a single loan because I could only spend 30K the entire 30 days. And so this time I'm able to pay off my loan if, I make enough money to, but I still don't have a lot of storage space because if I upgraded my house to be the largest one, then I would have so many empty rooms. And I mean, I could block some off, but you can't block off the upstairs or the downstairs. And I know I could just leave them empty, but I didn't want a big empty house. So that's why I'm just trying to keep it small and just trying to do this as quickly as possible, but yet everything takes up so much time to grow all the flowers. I need the space to grow the flowers, so much time to grow all of the trees. usually I just, use my spicy switch or treasure islands to get whatever trees I want. And so I haven't had a tree farm in a while, since probably the 30-day 30k island. And so yeah, it's just definitely been a challenge, I will say that. The flowers and my crops to make money, and also the pumpkins so that I could decorate with them, have just taken up so much space, all of my trees, flowers, and crops. And so trying to move them around so that I can decorate, it's just it's a lot. It's definitely a challenge, but I am liking the way this island is coming out. It's just that I had originally thought that I was gonna try to go more minimal, and of course it's me, I just haven't been able to do that. I just keep filling almost every space, and I have used the clear tiles in some areas, but I know it's probably hard to see that when it looks so full right now. So that's definitely been a struggle. But I did decide to make a list of villagers that I would have chosen had I been able to hunt indefinitely, until I found them. And so my dreamies on this island would of course include Maple, because Maple's my favorite. I would definitely have kept Maple in the lineup, but also Eric. And I've said I've looked for him on every hunt, and I really wish that I had found him. If I had kept going and not taken some of the villagers on the first ticket, maybe I would have found him, but there's just no guarantee. And with only being able to use 15 tickets, I just didn't necessarily want to take the chance of just having to autofill, or getting someone that I really, really hated. So Eric would definitely be in my lineup. And then Bones, I've said before that I was looking for Bones on this island, and I do love Bones, and so I would definitely get him. And then for a smug, I would probably choose Shep or Marshall. I think Marshall would go really well on a winter island, and if I had found Marshall, I definitely would have taken him. And then Grizzly, of course, which I've said, that I was looking for as well. I think Grizzly would make such a amazing winter villager. He's one of my favorite crankies. I love Grizzly. He's very forest core, and so I would love to have Grizzly. And then also I thought of maybe Winnie, because Winnie, I think, is a very neutral looking villager, and she's kind of a tannish brown. And so for Peppy, I think I'd probably choose Winnie. And then Mac for a jock. Even though I have Iggly, and I do love Iggly, if I was going to stay in the brown and tan color scheme, I would probably choose Mac. And then B, because B is adorable and a dark brown, kind of like Grizzly. So I would choose B. And then for the Snooty, I'd probably choose Pearl. Pearl is my absolute favorite Snooty. I love Pearl. She's kind of a brown, and she's a marble cat, so she's a mixture of all the colors on this island. And then I would probably choose Renee for a sisterly if I had to choose a sisterly, because I love Renee. She's one of my favorite sisterlies. I love her, and I love Pashmina both, and she is a dark brown like B and like Grizzly and Eric, so I would choose Renee. So I'm so glad that I got Renee as a starter. I don't often run into Renee, and she is one of my favorites. I don't like a lot of the sisterlies. I just think that a lot of the other personalities have way cuter villagers. So yeah, there's not too many that I would take. Normally in a pumpkin farm, I would use like stacked bags and the hand cart and potted starter plants and things like that, but I could not use those leaf items in the build, so I just used the bucket and a wooden shovel because tools are not leaf items. So that is basically all that I could use other than fencing and some crops. And I just tried to give it some variation. Instead of just planting pumpkins, I dropped some saplings down on the ground to make it look like there was some pumpkin starters. I really think that a sapling dropped on the ground is just really cute. It's almost like a little potted plant. And so I thought it was cute. I don't know if other people think so, and then here in the front of Renee's house, I wanted there to be a little stump and like a fallen tree, fallen logs. I want to put the wild log benches down all over to look like fallen logs. And then I just finished filling in the area. I didn't even show every single time I placed a flower and a bush because it was a lot of repetition, but I tried to show as much of this as I could without, keeping you guys here all day, which I don't want to do. But I also brought in my plank path that I had downloaded just so that you would know that you could walk to the farm. You can see it from pretty much anywhere on this cliff, but it's just a good filler code to use on the ground. And I did leave the fence open so that you could get into the pumpkin farm. And I did time travel before finishing up this build so that all of the pumpkins were grown in. And I had to grow more flowers and more trees to fill all of the cliffs. And the only one that I didn't get to is the one behind their house, like I said, because I'm not exactly sure what's going to go up there yet. It may just be a lookout point with some trees and flowers and bushes, or it may have to have a villager house. So I am going to have to plan out where all the rest of my houses are going to go so that I know whether I need a house up there. And right now it just overlooks my tree farm, so I'm gonna have to figure out what's gonna go where my tree farm is so that I know what the lookout would even be. So it's hard to plan an entire island and try to grow every single thing and check the shops every day, check the Nook stop every day. I still have not found the country fence. This island is trolling me, I swear. Because it's just eluding me. And my glasses. I've yet to find my glasses yet. So I don't know. I may get to the end of this challenge and not find either one. So if I do, then that is fine. But I'm almost finished filling in the area. I just wanted to finish off this right hand side. And like I said, I did finish filling up the tops of the cliffs just off camera because it was more just filler and I didn't want this video to get too long, but I did want to finish off this area right here, this cliff and the surrounding cliffs, just so that it was finished. And so I'm glad that I was able to do that. Flurry was definitely interested in all of those plants over there. But then I decided to bring in some sleds for each of them because that is one of my leaf items I can use. But this is pretty much the end of the build here, and I will show you guys the final product in just a moment. But I hope that you guys enjoyed, and I hope that you don't mind seeing a whole bunch of all over the place. I can only hold so many items, and with having so many trees and flowers in my inventory. I'm not able to place too much before I have to go fill up my pockets again. So that has definitely been a challenge. I am walking all over this island in circles non-stop to go get my trees and go get more bushes and go get more flowers. And I even tried putting a pipe down, but I haven't got every single thing in the same area because of space, and so that has definitely been a struggle. But hopefully I'll have enough flowers and bushes and everything to last until the end of this island, but we will see. I am just doing so much time traveling, visiting Harves and Leaf, and visiting Nooks so that I can keep buying more flowers. And I have been able to find a lot of bushes on the Cap'n Islands. It takes up time to do all of those things every single in-game day, so that has been a struggle, and I've almost run out of glowing moss so many times. But yeah, we're pretty much finished with this area right here, and I will show you the final build in just a moment with my little helper. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you so much. And we are finally done, and I have my helper here.
Hello.
I had to time travel back to morning because the sun is so blinding in the snow. But
Yeah.
I finished filling in all of this area with flowers. And so this is what we did today. We worked on Olive and Renee's yard.
That's cute.
It's a lot of filler. It's a lot of flowers and a lot of bushes and trees, but I tried to do the best that I could. And then I have this little pumpkin patch over here, and I dropped saplings to kind of look like little pumpkin starts, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was kind of cute. And so yeah, this just took forever, and I filled in all of the cliffs. If I can get back here, you can see all of these cliffs. It took me quite a while and so many flowers, and now I'm out of roses. All I have left to do is this area up here, but I can't decide exactly what I want to do up here. I don't know if I want to put a house or just like a lookout area, and I have my tree farm over there, so there's nothing to look out for right now. But we're gonna stop here for today so this video doesn't get too long. But yeah.
Shall we say bye?
Yes.
Okay. Bye. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Bye everyone.
Bye.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. I am Crispy, and today is day 6 and 7 of our 15-day, 15-item challenge. And I'm counting this as 2 days because I have been sick, but I did come on yesterday and do a whole bunch of terraforming, so I have some updates to share. So, first of all, as you can see from my face, I did get my glasses, and the Able sisters finally, after I don't even know how many days of time traveling on this island that I've done, but I finally found my glasses. The other thing is that I found the milkshake item in the Nook's Cranny. I was looking for that because it's a neutral looking drink that I can put in places that does not count as a leaf item. It is a drink, and so does not have a leaf item when you hold it in your inventory, so I can use that in areas. And it's neutral, it's not bright and colorful, it works for a winter island. The other thing that I found is the baby bear. I found this in my Nook's Cranny, and so I've decided to switch out my campfire item that I was going to use on this island as one of my 15 leaf items. I haven't used it yet. The challenge is halfway over. I don't think that I am going to use it near as much as I thought I was, and so I put out a poll for my members, and they said that
it would be okay if I switched it out since I haven't used it yet. I'm still sticking to the 15 leaf items, but I'm just throwing out the campfire and I'm choosing the baby bear instead. I didn't want to bring my character over and give me another item or recipe. I didn't want to have to hassle with that. But since I found the baby bear legit in the shop, I just took it to Harv's and customized it to the light cream color. And so I've started putting that on the island in places, and I think I will use that item a lot more. So that is the next update. And then also I time traveled back to like August, and I was able to go to Harv's and find roses. Finally, Leaf had roses and also plumeria bushes, so I bought a whole bunch. I bought like 100 of each. I hope that it lasts me. I am using a lot of natural decor on this island, but these are not leaf items. These are natural decor, so they do not count. And then the final, well, one of the final updates is that we have had some campsite visitors on the island. And so I will show a brief clip of who showed up in the campsite yesterday when I was doing some terraforming and recording, but not actually building or decorating. And we'll find out what happens. All right, so I was very scared to see who was in the campsite, but I did want to know just in case. So I went in, and it turned out to be Aurora, another penguin. I was so happy. She is so cute, and I never get to have her because she doesn't seem to ever fit with any of my themes. Her red eyes when she's surprised are a little bit creepy, not gonna lie, but I thought she would be a perfect companion to Iggly. So I did play some of her games, and she picked everybody in the world on the island, but the one that I wanted her to, finally, though, I was able to get her to pick somebody that I was okay with leaving. And so it turns out that Sherb is leaving the island. Sherb left yesterday, and so I'm so sorry to my helper. He doesn't know yet, so shh, don't tell him. But she ended up picking Sherb, and I was happy for that because he was the only blue villager left, and I think she fits more. So we got Aurora. Yay! So yes, Aurora has moved in now, and I have just been time traveling a lot to build like inclines and bridges and place the remaining houses and figure out the remaining layout of this island. And then we ended up getting another campsite visitor, and so I did peek and see who it was, and I wasn't sure if I was going to keep them or not, but I ended up looking on our map, and lo and behold, we have 5 normals on this island. It wasn't even intentional. We have 5 normals, and I really like most of all these villagers. I think they fit. I don't know that I would have chosen them. Well, I know I wouldn't have chosen them if I had had hundreds and hundreds of tickets to hunt for them, but I still do like them. And so I think that we just got Aurora. I definitely want to keep her, but we have Flurry, Olive, Molly, and Maple. And of course, I'm not going to get rid of Maple because she is my baby. So the only ones that I would be willing to part with are probably these 3 right here. And I do think they all are very cute. And so I put a poll for my members to see who they would kick out of these 3 right here, and the majority so far have chosen Olive. So I'm going to go in and show you who our campsite villager is, but if we can play a few games and get them to pick Olive, then we will be taking them. So it is Punchy. Punchy is here, and so I just kept it on this day, and I did the poll for my members, and I wasn't sure. I really like Punchy, and I mean, he is a little bit dark blue in areas, but so is Iggly, so I think he still fits. And then we would have another, well, boy on the island and one less normal. So I really did not want to get rid of Molly. I love Molly so much. And even though I don't know that I would consider her very wintry, she is amazing. So I think the only two that I wasn't sure about is Olive or Flurry. And Flurry, of course, is the epitome of winter. But yeah, I'm just, I'm okay with either of these, and I think Olive, to be honest, sticks out more because she's a different color. So yeah, we're gonna see if Punchy will pick Olive and see how long we are here. It took forever for Aurora to pick the right villager, so we'll see how long this lasts, but I hope that it doesn't last too long. We'll see. Oh my gosh, that took so long. I had muted because I was here eating my lunch, just spamming buttons, but finally, oh my goodness. Yes. Wow. These campsite villagers are gonna be the death of me. They just take so long, and it's so hard to get the right cards. Okay, all right, good. His house is a lot like Olive's, so I think it'll be okay there by Renee's. Hopefully. I'm sad to see Olive go, but also, like, I mean, I think I like most of the villagers on this island pretty much the same, other than Maple and Molly, of course. So all right, so we got Punchy. Moving on, finally. Guys, I was running low on glowing moss, so I came to a cabin island, and it has mushrooms, and also I see some pine cones up there. So it must be different from the one I had before, because there was only acorns. There was no mushrooms. So, I mean, obviously I'm not going to be able to make whatever. Yeah, I should have probably saved that for my forever island. That was dumb, but oh well. I could use these like as dropped items to decorate with, because they're not leaf items like this. So maybe I'll grab them. I mean, I was wanting some pine cones to drop like on log stools or something. So I'm gonna gather up some of this stuff, and then we will get to decorating. But this is a really cool find. You don't find these very often. Alright, so now that we are finally building, this is Flurry's yard, and so I built up this cliff right beside the entrance. It's to the right. It goes all the way up to past my resident services, and it curves around all the way behind resident services and connects with the cliff that has the Nook's Cranny. And so I ended up putting Flurry up here, and then I did like a foresty walkway with some party lights arches that leads all the way to resident services, and I put Rolf and Bianca's house beside resident services towards the back part of this cliff. So I just wanted to fill up some space with the cliff and add some villager yards instead of just putting them on the ground level. I ended up building up this cliff, and you might be able to see in front of me there, I have a 5-star flower already. So in the process of doing this build, I noticed it popped up, and I could not believe it, because at this point we didn't even have the island halfway finished yet. And so I was shocked to see the Lily of the Valley. I didn't even go talk to Isabel though, because I don't think I'll be worrying about a golden watering can. I think I've pretty much sold all the gold nuggets that I've got from hitting rocks and I kind of stopped hitting my rocks for the most part at this point, just because it takes me so long just to grow all my flowers, harvest all my crops, and do the gyroids and the Cap'n Islands, and then I have to check the ABD, the Nook Stop inside Resident Services every day, because I was looking for the country fence and I had not been able to find it up by this point. But you can see there's kind of like a fog that's going over the water, and I think it's because it's kind of snowing a little bit in game, and so I definitely want to remember this for the DA, because I think the little fog like over the water is just so pretty. But yeah, at this point I did not have the country fence yet, so I was having to check the Nook Stop every day. But at the final walkthrough, after the final walkthrough I should say, with my helper, I ended up checking the Nook Stop again, and it was finally there. So I did take a photo and grab the country fence, because that was the last thing that I needed. I was so happy to find it. I don't even know how much I'll use it, hopefully a lot. I've been using the log stakes a lot for a fence, but I have wanted the country fence. Like, that's my favorite fence in game. And so I've been looking for it, and I'm so glad that I finally found it. So I found my glasses in this episode. I found the country fence in this episode. I found the milkshake in this episode. I got more plumeria bushes and roses. It was just a very productive episode. And I am going to go ahead and title this episode days 6 through 8 instead of just 6 through 7, because of how long it's taken me to do this build. It was so many bushes and flowers and trees. And I was constantly having to time travel to replenish my stock because I kept running out. And so it took a lot longer than I expected. And so I will be, with me being sick and stuff like that, I will be calling this episode days 6 through 8. But now you can see that I'm working on the walkway. And now what I am doing is filling in around the river. There were some little land areas that I was needing to fill up with some flowers and bushes, and so I made sure to go down and do that. And then I continued working on the walkway, but that is the hardest part, is just trying to keep up with the supply and the demand for all the bushes and flowers and trees that I have been needing for all of these builds. And I could just go to a Cap'n Island or even a Nook Mile Island. I mean, I have tickets left. I could go and get full grown trees if I wanted to, but I have been growing them from saplings from the Nook's Cranny because I like to stunt a lot of my trees. It gives it a lot more depth and height and variation, so I like to stunt them. And so that is why I've been time traveling a lot in order to grow them all myself. But I do keep running out of various flowers and bushes, and so I am constantly having to run to Harv's so that I can buy from Leaf or run to a Cap'n Island, because I keep hoping to get the Vine Islands, and I did get another Vine Island in the process of this build, so I was able to get a little bit more glowing moss and vines, luckily. But every time I almost run out, I end up running into another one. So I am so thankful for all of the Vine Islands that I've found. But with each villager yard, I'm just giving them a log chair and a log stool, and then a lantern on the log stool, just, so that they have some kind of decor for their yard. and I'm doing the barrels beside their houses because it's pretty much the only thing that you can put there unless you want to put bushes and flowers, because you can't put a tree right next to a house. So I figured the barrels make sense close to the villager houses with some firewood on them. And so this is Bianca and Rolf's area beside the resident services here. And so now I'm just decorating their yards and giving them each a log chair and log stool with a lantern on them. But I was not anticipating how long it was going to take to grow all of the trees and the flowers and bushes needed for this big, huge cliff. So, it took a lot longer than I expected, but that's okay because I did finally get it done. And so the next time I might work on Molly's yard or on the overlook behind Punchy and Renee's yard, because there is a cliff up there that I have not yet decorated, and I was going to make it an overlook, and so that is the final cliff that I need to decorate in order to have the bottom half of my island completely finished. So I may work on that next time and do like a circle of bushes with some wild log benches and almost like a campsite lookout area. I'm not going to put my campsite up there or a campfire because I'm not using that leaf item anymore, but something like that to where you can just sit up there and chill and look over. And hopefully there will be a pretty lookout point there at some point. Right now it's just overlooking my tree farm, but hopefully eventually it will have more than that. So now I'm just finishing up Bianca's yard, and then I've got to decorate this cliff behind resident services and we will be finished. But I have done a lot of the terraforming and the moving of houses now, and so I'm hoping that the rest of the island will go faster. And I did spend so much on the bridges. Even though they're the log bridges, I used the cheapest one. I still spent almost 1 million bells just buying the inclines and the bridges at this point. And I got that just from selling all of my crops, and I did dig up a lot of my crops now, other than some of my white pumpkins and a little bit of potatoes. So I can't even, continue to harvest crops for bells now. I'm gonna have to either plant more or just, maybe now I won't have to worry so much about bells because I have paid off most of the, I've put most of the inclines and the bridges that I'm going to, I should say. But I just wonder, if you guys were going to do a 15 item island, what would you choose? And if you had to choose one favorite of the 15 leaf items that I'm using, which one would be your favorite? Because I imagine that most people would choose the wheat field. I know it is a fan favorite. A lot of people love wheat fields, and I am one of them. So that might be my favorite of the ones that I chose. I also love the baby bear, and I would have chose that from the beginning, but I was trying to choose more of the wood looking items, and so I didn't end up choosing it at first, but I'm glad I have it now. And so I do love that, but I also love the log stakes, and I would use that item even if I wasn't doing a 15 leaf item island. I would still be using log stakes because they are some of my favorite things to use as fillers, and so I use them on almost every single one of my islands. I love them so much, and so I would definitely be using them. But I do love the log furniture in general. All of the log furniture and all of the mushroom furniture. Of course, I would have chosen mushroom furniture as some of my leaf items, or even the glowing moss items, because I love how they look in the winter. But I could not bring myself to choose those, because I would have had to have a lot more glowing moss. I barely have enough to scatter it around, just sporadically here and there. And I know that if I was going to make a glowing moss boulder, for instance, I think you need at least 15 glowing moss per boulder. And so there's no way that I would have been able to make any. I wouldn't have had enough glowing moss for that. I would have had to time travel like years and go to Cap'n Island every single day. And I still don't think I would have had enough. That's one of the things that I was running into with my DIY only island. I was using the giant vines to decorate with, and it takes 25 vines per giant vine, and so I was just running out of stones for the pillars and vines for the giant vines. And so that is why my DIY only island halted for a while. But then last year, April Honey and Kaylee Games came out with like a DIY only island challenge, and so that's why I ended up using my DIY only island for that, because it was a great excuse to finish it. And with their rules, you were able to get the materials from, Treasure Islands if you needed to, but you were supposed to craft them all yourself and get all of the DIYs yourself. And I already had all of the DIYs that I needed. So with being able to get the materials however I wanted to, it just made things a lot easier. But I didn't want to do that on this challenge. I wanted to try to stay vanilla, because 15 leaf items is not as hard if you can just use all of the treasure islands to get them and not have to craft them all yourself. I wanted to stay true to crafting them all myself. But we're almost finished filling up this cliff with all the decor, and then we will show the final walkthrough. But this island is almost, after this build, it is halfway finished. And so I cannot believe it. That has gone so fast, but I have been enjoying it. It's just been hard to grind all of the trees and bushes and flowers, because it does take a lot, a lot. And even though I'm not going quite as minimal as I thought I would originally, I still am enjoying this island and the way that it's coming out. I hope that you guys are too. I hope that you're enjoying it, even though it's a lot of repetition. It has been a struggle, but also I've always wanted to do a natural winter island. So I'm glad that I had the opportunity to finally do it. And so who knows, maybe I'll attempt one day and not have the restrictions that I have on this island, but I'm glad that I took the opportunity to do this one. And so thank you so much for watching, and I just want to thank my members so much. They have been so helpful. Every poll that I have put up, every campsite villager, I'm like, oh, should I take them? And so they have been so helpful and so supportive. And so I just want to thank all of my members from the bottom of my heart. You mean so much to me. And thank you so much for watching, everyone. Every like, every comment. I appreciate all of you. And I hope that you guys enjoyed. I will bring my helper in for the final walkthrough so that you can see it all in just a moment. And I hope that you're all having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. And be kind to yourself and be kind to others. And yeah, I hope you're ready for winter. Because this island definitely makes me ready for winter, that is for sure. It is still pretty warm where I live, so I am ready for the snow, even though it doesn't snow much where I live. But thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys so much. Alright, and we are done and back, and I have my helper here.
Hello.
Are you ready to see it?
Yes.
Okay, so it took a long time, but I finally filled in this whole cliff. So I filled in all the cliff behind resident services up there, all the way to the Nook's Cranny, all that up there. It took
He's so cute.
so many flowers. Leaf?
I said, yeah, I guess. I was meaning the entire cliff.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a villager. This is Bianca, and
Who's Leaf?
the NPC.
What?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, is it Sid the Sloth? The sloth?
Yeah, that's Leaf.
I have a Lego version of her.
Wow. And this is Rolf's. Okay, so my two
Ooh.
white tigers are over here, and I did this whole walkway, filled all of this in, all the way to Flurry's house.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it was so many flowers, and then this, I filled all that in, because you don't need to get to the beach. Why would you want to go to the beach, right? And there's my entrance. So now the whole bottom side of the map is done.
Yay!
Half the island.
The eyes, and then the smiley face on the left side.
It does kind of look
It's
like
a
that.
smiley face.
It does kind of look like that. But once maybe I put some waterscaping or something on that cliff behind, it's now Punchy and Renee's house.
Yay!
Then maybe it won't quite look like a face. Anyway. Alright, let's say bye.
Okay. Bye. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Bye, everyone.
Only OGs will know this. Bye, Team Fraud Scare.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my channel. I am Crispy, and today is day 9 of our 15-day 15 leaf item challenge. And so last time what we did is worked on this area by Flurry's house, and we did this foresty walkway. It is currently 6:30 a.m. in the game, and if you look at the water, like down below, it's almost like foggy, like it has like a little bit of fog going over the water. It's just so cool. I don't know how easy it would be to like see from like far off if I chose this as like a DA day, but the vibes are just like stunning. Look at that on the water. It's so cool. I just love this game. I love the fog and the vibes, and it's one of my favorite things. But today I thought about working on this area right here and maybe putting a picnic, but I also have another area to work on, so I'm gonna go over there. So I thought about working on this area here behind Punchy and Renee's house. I have this overlook, this one cliff, and I thought about just finishing off this area right here
because if I decorate this cliff right here, we will have all of the bottom half of the island complete. And then I can, continue on working from here. But I thought about just doing like a circular shape of bushes and like a seating area and having an overlook. And it's really hard to create an overlook if it's foggy. So even though this is so cool, I'm not sure how well it would work if I was going to have an overlook up here, because you can't really see that far, but we'll see. I don't know. Right now my trees are down there, my tree farm, so it's not really overlooking anything cool, but I also thought of bringing in a little bit more waterscaping. I have a little bit right here, but I also thought of bringing in a little bit more right here. So I might put one more waterfall going down. I'll have to move some of the trees down there, but I am going to gather up some stuff and get started, and we'll see how far we get. Alright, so as you can see, I did put some waterscaping on the corner of this cliff, and I brought it down and out a little bit towards my tree farm. It doesn't go out like completely. I don't know if I might add some more. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to put down there, because I've finally got all of my villagers into place, so I'm not so sure what I'm going to put down there yet. But I started out by putting this stone path down in a circle, and I put the 4-piece path on top. I wasn't really liking how it was looking though. I was trying to create this circular campfire situation, but because, log benches are straight, it wasn't really making much of a circle. I think I like them spread out like that more than the way that they ended up. They were kind of pulled in a bit too far, and I was making these circles like to go underneath the wild log benches, and then it kind of created almost this pattern around the center circle, and that wasn't necessarily what I was going for either. So I'm not real sure exactly what I'm doing here. I was just trying to create this centerpiece in the middle, and I don't have the use of the campfire anymore, so I ended up changing it to like a wood cutting area, and I put some log stools down and some firewood and an axe. And so I thought, okay, I'll do like a tree chopping area. And I had these gyroids on these log stools, and I was thinking, they could be around this centerpiece, but it didn't really make sense to have them around a tree chopping area. What are the gyroids chopping the wood? I don't know what I was thinking, but I did make this little wood shed, and it was kind of like a little fake building up here, and I decided to take out the log stools with the gyroids because I just didn't think that it was working out so well. And then I decided maybe a tree chopping area would have some fallen trees. And so I brought in some real trees and I chopped them down to leave the stumps. And then I was trying to line up the tree stumps with the wild log benches. And yeah, you'll see in just a moment. I try to push them to be in line, and then it creates way too close together situation. So I did just line the outsides of the cliff with a whole bunch of flowers and natural decor. I have used so many flowers on this island. I don't know if it's like more than usual, but it feels like more than usual because I'm constantly having to plant more and constantly having to go back and fill up my pockets with flowers. And so during this build, what I ended up doing was getting the seed bags for the flowers and carrying them around instead because it took up so much less pocket space. But now you can see I'm trying to line the wild log benches with the tree stumps. And I think that I just maybe ended up planting the trees in the wrong spots because they didn't want to all line up. The back one lined up, but then it doesn't line up with the sides. And it was just weird. So I did end up taking some of the wild log benches out. Yeah, it just wasn't working the way that I wanted it to. But I ended up not only decorating up here on this cliff, but I also decorated a transition area on the far right side where I said I was going to put like a picnic. And then over the bridge towards Molly's house, I ended up decorating the outside of Molly's house and also Maple's house. So I did get a lot done in this video, and I'm very glad that I got so much done. I am just trying to finish in 15 days. So that is my goal. And so I'm trying to go as quickly as possible. And I did try to cut out a lot of the just tedious filler stuff. I mean, most of this decor is filler, natural decor, but the transition area was, I kept replacing my trees and changing them out, and it was just getting frustrating. And so I ended up cutting a lot of that out because I just kept changing it and changing my mind, and it was kind of a skinny transition area, and so layering my trees was hard. It was tough. But the biggest struggle that I'm having is just keeping up with how many trees I'm using. I'm using so many trees. I don't know if I'm using more trees than usual, but it feels like it is more than usual. So that's a thing. And I'm constantly having to plant more and then time travel so that I can stunt them. And there has been days where I have not been able to work on this island, and so then my trees are grown all the way and I didn't stunt them. So if I don't do it like right when I am working on the island, then it's not going to happen because I will forget, and I do have other islands to work on right now, so I can't always work on this island every single day. And that's why I'm only counting the days that I'm actually working on it, because I just have a whole lot of other islands going, at the same time. But I did have to time travel. I am constantly time traveling in order to plant more trees and flowers and to get more of the glowing moss, the vine islands, the Cap'n Islands. I get one maybe every 5 to 10 Cap'n Islands, so I'm just constantly having to time travel to try to get more glowing moss. Hindsight's 2020, right? I should have allowed HHP on this challenge just so that I could go and collect the glowing moss, because it does spawn on HHP and like a lot of it too. So I could have just gone to get the glowing moss, but I haven't done that because I said no HHP in the beginning, so I'm sticking to that. But I know that if I had gone, then I would have been roped into doing the first house, and that would have just been a big pain in the, behind. So I didn't do that. But yeah, I'm just wondering if any of you are working on a winter island at the moment, or if you're going to be working on a winter island. I'm not exactly sure when this is going to come out because I do have some other islands to finish first. And I think I'd like to post this 15 days like in a row, just so, it would make more sense.
And so, yeah, I'm just wondering if other people are going to be working on a winter island. And if not, have you done a winter island before? Because I'm just wondering, you know, if people tend to like to do like Christmas winter islands, or if they like to do a different theme like fairy core. I did a 30-day fairy core winter island last year. And some people just might prefer a natural winter island, which is what I'm attempting here, with very few items to decorate with. But yeah, if you are working on a winter island, or if you have done a winter island, what was your theme? And you know, have you done a winter challenge island before? Because some people might be crazy like me and enjoy doing challenges. I do enjoy challenges. And so I just wonder, you know, if you guys are working on a challenge island, what it is, because I do love challenges. I was down to 6 glowing moss here. I was trying to be so sparing, but now you can see I have picked up a lot of the wild log benches, and I did like the path going through with the light and the dark dirt path just leading over towards the lookout. What it's gonna look over, I don't know yet. Hopefully something pretty. I might do some more waterscaping down there. I haven't exactly figured that out yet, but I was just so happy with how much I managed to get done today. It was a lot more than I expected. I expected to just get this area done and maybe the transition area, but I just kept going because, you know, 15 days is not long at all for an island, and I am trying to rush through it like as quickly as possible. But filling up the rest of the space is the hardest part. I try to put as many trees and flowers around as possible, but you also want to leave room to walk. So there is a fine line. And I do, in fact, put some blank tiles around. I know I'm not usually one to do that. I usually fill every single tile, but I have been using the blank, you know, clear custom path that I made, and I have been putting it around. Maybe not as much as I originally planned to do, but I have been putting it around. So I am trying to fill some of the space with just some clear tiles, but there was some ledge on the lower tier cliff, and so I did go ahead and fill that with a whole bunch of bushes and flowers off camera, because that was just mainly flowers and bushes, nothing else to see. But I can't believe how quickly my pockets empty on this island. Feels like I put down 2 things and then I'm going to fill them up again. But we are almost finished decorating the little area up here. Just a little tree chopping area. Not exactly what I envisioned in the beginning, but I am happy with how it came out, and hopefully there will be a nice overlook in the end. And now I'm working on the little transition area. I didn't show all of this area because it is just a tiny little transition area. But now you can see that I have a whole bunch of seed bags in my pockets, because I was like, all right, I'm getting sick of going and filling up my pockets with flowers. So I just carried around the seed bags and started planting them that way. It does take a lot more time traveling, but you know, I mean, it's the lesser of 2 evils, I guess you could say. So Maple was definitely interested in what I was doing here. She's like, a seating area? I might be interested in coming and getting in your way, because that's what I do. I'm a villager. But I just put a milkshake and some cupcakes down. This is my version of a picnic spot, because
I don't have the ability to use cushions. I don't have the ability to use what I would normally use on a picnic. Lots of Zen cushions and items like that. But just as a reminder, the milkshake is a drink and the cupcakes are a food item, so they're not a leaf item, so they are allowed. I feel like I have to keep saying that because I don't want people yelling at me that I'm using more than my 15 leaf items. But we are almost finished with the little transition area. I filled the rest of the space with just trees and flowers and bushes, and yeah, I will show you the finished product at the end. But now we're starting on Molly's yard. And so I did want to give Molly her own log chair and her own, barrels beside her house, because that's really the only thing that I can put beside her house other than bushes and flowers. And a lot of the villager exteriors don't go with the storefronts that I have, so I'm not really putting storefronts beside their houses either. But other than just a little seating area and her barrel, I was trying to decide what else to put in her yard, and I decided to put a potato farm because, crops are not a leaf item, so they are allowed. They're just a natural thing in the game that you can use to decorate with. And so I gave her a little bit of a potato farm. I chose potatoes because they're, a tan color and they kind of match with all of the browns that I'm using on this island. And so just decided to give her a little potato farm on the right side of her house. And the one hard thing about using the bags of flowers is remembering which ones you're putting down. I tend to just keep going in the moment, not necessarily thinking about everything that I'm placing down. And so I'll immediately forget, okay, when was the last time I used a windflower? When was the last time I used a white Cosmo, So I'm just hoping that when they all grow in that I haven't used the same flower. Otherwise I'll have to switch some of those out, which I'm hoping I won't have to do. But I did give her a little fake building over here, a little shed, just to fill the space. And then I put a potato farm in front of it. So, I've never really used crops before on a winter island, but, this is the first. But I do like how it came out. I think it's cute. And I really love the snowy plank path it's not a path, it's planks. But I really love that code that I found, is what I was trying to say, just not very well. I was laying in bed the other night and I was trying to remember the 15 custom designs that I had saved on this island. And even though it hadn't been but maybe a day or two, I could not think of all of them. There's only 15 and I couldn't think of all of them. It's so weird. I kept counting and I would get to like 11 or 12 and then I'd be like, I can't remember the rest. And so I was racking my brain trying to think, like, did I actually use all 15 of the slots that I was allowing myself to use? But yes, I did count them again and I did have 15. So yeah, I just thought, is there a way that maybe I had mistakenly counted and didn't use all of my slots and I could go get more? But no, sadly, I was not mistaken. I did not count wrong. So yeah, I just couldn't remember because I have the memory of a goldfish and I have 3-4 other islands going right now, I guess. I mean, if you count my Forever Island. So I do forget, sometimes there's what they call island bleed going on. It's when all of your islands kind of mesh together and run together, and then you don't always remember which island had what, Anybody else have that issue, or is it just me? I'm just wondering, asking for a friend. But I have been using the log bridges on this island because they are the cheapest, and I thought that they went well with the decor and all of the log furniture that I have. Most of the 15 leaf items that I'm using are log items, so I thought that they fit nicely. If I had done the stock market and bought some turnips, I might have had more bells to work with, but I just didn't want to take the time to do that, and then I kind of regretted it because I did run out of bells, just paying off the natural inclines and the log bridges. But now we are on the final build of the day, and I had time traveled again, and so that's why it's a little bit sunny here and not snowing. But Maple is my favorite, obviously. That's why she's on my banner and on my profile picture. The wonderful and amazing April Honey made my banner and my profile picture, if you didn't know. But she is a cub, she is adorable, and so of course I gave her a lot of the baby bears and just some seating and eating areas, picnics, without the... Can you have a picnic without the cushions? Because that's what I'm attempting to do, is make picnics without the cushions. And so hopefully you can. It was kind of a picnic table situation, but I don't have a table to use. I have the log benches, or I have the log stools to use as tables. So that is what I'm doing. I thought about using a log table, and I thought I'll probably use the benches and the stools more, but I just created both on both sides of her house, these two little seating areas with some baby bears, and I thought that they turned out really cute. I did get a little bit stuck because there wasn't a lot of room on the side of her house, but the incline next to her house there goes up to my house, so I did put her beside me. And I used as many of the little baby bears as I could, and I had some of these recipes for the food, like pancakes and the cupcakes, but I also used the mom's cake and some Berliners because they were in the Nook Stop, and so they're all food items, they're not leaf items, and so that is what I used for the teddy bear picnic. I love the bears in this game so much. They're some of my favorite villagers. Obviously, Maple is my favorite villager, but I also love Grizzly and I love Teddy. And if I had found either one of those villagers on my hunts, I totally would have taken them. I also love Gonzo, and he's not a bear, he's koala, but I have started a all bear island. And I was gonna just film it and record it all in one go, and just have a big long video where I did one long speed build of the whole island. But after I did like the entrance, I ended up starting a different challenge, and so I never finished that island. But I do hope to bring it back and finish it, because I really was happy with how the entrance was coming out. But I do have a lot of my favorite bear villagers on there, and I decided to put a second log chair here. I was gonna just have one with the little log stool and the drop to book, but then I decided that she needed two log chairs, and I didn't know what else to put beside it anyway, so I thought another log chair would be, a good idea. And so I did have to go up onto the cliff and then around to get back down here, but it was okay. I managed to make it happen, and sometimes I'm using the fully grown flowers and sometimes I'm using the seed bags. I did run out of one or more of the flower types that I had in the seed bags. I can't remember which one it was. It may have been the mums or the tulips, or maybe it was the cosmos. I can't remember, but I am constantly running out of flowers on this island. So I just hope that I have enough to last until the end. So what we have left after this build here, we have the penguin villager yards. I still have not decorated for their yards yet, and my house, of course, and we have the campsite up on a cliff, and then that might be it as far as villager yards. I can't remember, but I think that might be it. So we are coming down to the wire. We have 5 days left, and so I may combine days to get bigger builds done, but I'm hoping that I will finish. I don't think I'll do my house next time because I have my crafting area up there with all of the gyroids and a whole bunch of dropped items, just because it's quicker than having to go in my house, and my inventory in my house, of course. The storage was getting full and is always full, so I have just been dropping a bunch of items on the ground. So I don't think we'll do that next time. I might just go ahead and do my penguin villagers yards next, and then maybe we'll work on the overlook. But I didn't show every single space up here on this cliff because it was mainly just after the trees. I have to fill in the rest with flowers and bushes like I've been doing. So I'm trying not to make these builds too repetitive. I know they have to be a bit repetitive, but I hope that you guys enjoyed, and I hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. I will bring my helper in and show you the finished product because I had to time travel in order to get all of the bushes and flowers to be fully grown, but I'm really happy with all of the areas that we worked on, and we will be working on some more next time. So thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys so much. All right, and we are finished, and I have my helper here.
Hello.
Ready to see it?
Yeah.
All right, so I did like this wood tree chopping area up here on this cliff. I just thought it would be, a good space filler, and it was overlooking my tree farm, but I've moved my trees, so now I can do something down there. Not sure what yet, and I filled the ledges with a whole bunch of flowers.
That's cute.
And then we also worked on another area, so I'm gonna go show you that. All right, and we have this transition area here. I did a little picnic spot over here, and then I just filled this all in with a bunch of flowers and trees, and then I worked on Molly's yard,
which you can see right there.
Yes,
Molly.
She has a little potato farm.
Oh, that's so cute.
Look how many open tiles are right here.
There's so many.
Are you proud of me?
Yeah.
Thanks. And then Maple's yard. This was the last area.
Oh, that's so cute.
I worked
Pancakes. My bad.
Instead of saying teddy bears, you said pancakes.
Yep.
He's a foodie, y'all. He is
I am.
a foodie. So
I'm eating a lollipop while I'm doing this.
all right. So we are going to end this here. Hope you guys enjoyed. We will see you next time.
Yeah, bye. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
He just cares about his lollipop.
I love it.
Hello everyone and welcome to my channel. I am Crispy and today is day 10 of our 15-day 15 leaf item challenge. So I may actually end up working on this more than one day, in which case I will title the video days 10, 11, however many days it takes me, because I want to get a lot done. I don't have a lot of the island left to do, and I just am worried about getting it done in 15 days, so I'm trying to rush through it. But I did already make a path leading to our penguin villagers here. We have Aurora and Igley here, so the log bridge from the transition area we did last time, the path leads over here to both of our penguin villagers and then over to this incline, and I did also connect it to this area down here that is by the Nook's Cranny and goes through this way to where our Able Sisters is. And so I just connected all of the areas with path, and so I really want to work on this area here today, and I'm hoping that I can get it done and maybe continue. I'm not sure what to put here. This is kind of a big space just to fill with trees and flowers, so I was considering maybe putting some waterscaping here, and I even thought of trying to move my rocks here, and instead of like a rock garden, making like some little rock islands, putting some water terraforming around each of the rocks and having like little rock islands in the middle here. I was thinking about that, but I do have 3 rocks that spawned over here, and I have a few I think that might be up on the cliff, some in some other areas that I've just decorated around, but I just thought it would be a cool idea to do, and it would fill up some space here. So I mean, I'm not sure how hard that's gonna be with what we have left, because we have this whole area and then we have this big huge area here, which I have no idea what to put. Maybe a huge tree farm, maybe more waterscaping, I don't know. It's gonna be like where our overlook looks down onto. I don't have the codes to do like a big ice rink or anything, so I can't do that. I could do a big tree farm, or I could do like some waterscaping. I've moved my trees up here, but I don't have a lot left. I need to plant a bunch more. This is like all the full-size trees that I have left that I haven't placed yet, and a little bit of crops that I've been using for money. But we have our campsite area here, we have this cliff, and we have that area down there that I just showed, and that's pretty much it, other than the cliff where my house is, and that is a big huge mess with all of my materials down everywhere, so we're not gonna go up there right now. We're not gonna show that because that is a hot mess. But I only have so much storage space on this island, so it's now all over the ground. So I'm gonna work on this area right now, give them each a little seating area with some log chairs, because you know that's pretty much all I have to work with. Some barrels on the sides of their houses. We're gonna do that, and then we will think about maybe starting on this area. I mean, I could try and fill the rest of the island with some weeds and move my rocks over here, but I don't know. We'll have to see how far we get today. All right, let's get started. All right, so this area did take me a lot longer than I originally expected. I mean, I thought that it might take me a few days, and it did take me a few days. Because I was just trying to get as much finished on this island as I possibly could. So this is Igley's house that I am decorating in front of, and I gave him a little wheat field beside his house, just because wheat is also a neutral colored crop, and it's something different than just the log chair and barrels, you know, outside their yards. I'm trying to do a little bit of variation, even though I do have to use a lot of the same items over and over and over again. So that is why I had decided to attempt the rock garden and bring in a lot more waterscaping over there in that big open area, because I had just run out of things to build and ideas of what to build with the few items that I had. And I am using a lot of the same, I meant to say I am using the seed bags still. Words are hard. I am using the seed bags of the flowers here still because it does take up a lot less inventory space, but I did run out of some of the seed bags, and so I ended up switching to the actual flowers again because I had a lot already grown. But yeah, the seed bags do take up a lot less space, and I had gone to a cabin island where there was hydrangea bushes, so I was able to get some of those, so that's always a win. But I also ran out of glowing moss during this big huge build, and so there was a day or two where I did not have any more glowing moss to use, and I had stopped going to cabin islands for a couple days because I was just trying to get this build finished, and so I had run out of the glowing moss, and so I was very sad about that. But I did end up finding another vine island eventually. It just took a few days of time traveling in order to find it. I find one every like maybe 5th to 10th cabin island that I do, and you know, I'm trying not to use up all of my Nook miles in case I want to get more of the party lights arches, so it's a fine line. I am not doing a lot of the Nook mile goals on this island because I'm just trying to speedrun it as quickly as possible, so I don't have like a ton of Nook miles, but I did get a lot just from crafting and from, you know, planting the gyroids and going on the cabin tours, so that was nice. But I actually ended up getting my rocks to spawn by doing the mannequin method is what it's called, the mannequin method. So it is where you can place down mannequins all over your island, and if you put them like 2 spaces, I think it is, apart, then you can get your rocks to spawn. And then if you edit the custom design that you place down, then it will get rid of them all in one go, and it's an easy way. Well, I say easy, it's very time consuming and tedious, but it's easier than picking up a whole bunch of weeds. So there is that. Some people place a whole bunch of custom designs down, but then you have to, you know, get rid of the custom designs on the ground at the end, and so it just saves a step. It's just a little bit of a quicker way to do it. Most of the time I like to leave my rock gardens until the very end, just so it's a little bit easier. I tend to fill my islands like every single tile, so it's not too hard for me to do a rock garden at the end when you fill every single tile. But on this particular island, I wanted there to be, you know, this big look over from where we did before, and so I was trying to get my rocks into place so that I could build this area. So now I am working on the waterscaping up on the top cliff so that I can bring the waterfalls down into the valley where the rock garden is going to be and where all of the waterscaping is going to be that I'm gonna do in this build. And so I just put some waterscaping up here on the cliff, and once I was happy with how the waterfalls looked, then I started to bring the waterfalls down into the valley. Hindsight being 2020, I should have probably brought this cliff here forward a bit because it is kind of set back. There is quite a big ledge in front. And so when I am up on that overlook, I'm not sure how easy this is gonna all be to see, because you could see how far back these waterfalls are from the edge of the cliff below it. So I did want there to be a lot of waterscaping and a lot of waterfalls, but I should have brought that cliff down a bit just so that you could see it a bit better. I could possibly come in with my other character at the end, just to get like a wide angle shot of the whole area when it's finished, you know, so you can see it better. But I just don't know if my OLED here is gonna be able to get the whole area in one shot. You know what I mean? I will show you when this is finished and the walkthrough, but I did not get all of this decorated. It just took so long to get all my mannequins into place and do all of this terraforming and waterscaping, and so I wasn't able to finish it all unless I was gonna have the video be like an hour long, and I really didn't want to do that. There's not a lot left on this island to do, and so I know we do have a few days left, and so I tried to get as much done as I possibly could, but I couldn't get it all filled in, and I did have to plant more trees, and so I am gonna have to time travel to get those grown. It's just a fine line of, you know, remembering to time travel when, you know, I'm supposed to, because sometimes I'll leave it and then I'll be like, okay, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll come back in and I'll stunt some trees, and then I'm working on another island and I forget, and so when I come back in, then, you know, my trees are grown and it's very annoying. But I was just trying to create an island here in the middle and have like a river going around it, kind of like I did at my entrance here. And so that is what I am doing. I'm working on creating this island in the center and trying to make it look natural and not too symmetrical. So I just, you know, play around with it until I'm happy with it. But once this terraforming down here is finished, you can see me placing some of the mannequins around to get my rocks to spawn where they're supposed to. I didn't show all of the mannequin placing, of course, because that is very boring, but I just showed a few so that you could see what I was doing. And so when I get my rocks to go where I want them to, I will come back in and show you where my rocks spawned, and we'll finish up the rest of the build here. But I was pretty happy with how this terraforming came out. I just wanted there to be as much as possible, just so there was a nice, you know, scenery. I didn't know what else to put in this space, so I thought terraforming a bunch of waterscaping and little islands would be pretty. So that is what I did, but we are almost finished here with the waterscaping and in front here, and then you can see me placing a few of the mannequins in just a moment, and then we will move on to the rest of the build. But here I am placing a few so you can see. I just put it like every 2 spaces or so. Alright guys, well, I have an update after many days of time traveling. I got my rocks to go where I wanted them. So what I'm gonna do is see if I can get rid of all these mannequins real quick. I'm just going to change the design. Yeah, I think all I have to do is put one little speck to change it. Oh, I did not mean to get rid of that. I mean, it doesn't matter. And then hopefully they'll all disappear. Let's see if it works. Ta-da! Yay! All the mannequin placing that took me so long is worth it. Because look, they're not like in a circle, but I don't care. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some like waterscaping and make these little tiny islands all the way around. And I'm going to have to go around and clean up all my weeds because I have time traveled like 6-7 days in a row. One of them spawned like right here and I was like, no, that's too close. So I wanted it closer to over here. I like this placement. It's not like perfect, but I don't care because like I said, I'm just gonna do some little islands, I think. And the reason why is because I don't have a 9-piece path to put around a circle rock garden, you know? So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna work on that next, and then I'll figure out, I may bring the campsite actually down here because I have this big empty space that I have nothing, no other houses to put, and so it's up here right now, but there's nothing to say that I can't just bring it down here and put it over here, you know? I don't know. We'll see. I'll figure it out. I'll decide, but I'm so glad that I got those rocks into place, and I've done all of this waterscaping now so that I can decorate it, put a few trees in here, and yeah, I will have to clean up the weeds, but hopefully it'll be, you know, a nice thing to look at from over where our tree chopping area is. And so I'm going to work on cleaning all of this up, and then we will get back to the build. All right, so now we are starting on part 2 of the build. I put this pond here in front of Igly's house because I thought maybe a little fishing spot would be cute and fill up some space, and so that is what I did. It is a little bit later in the day, so it's a little bit brighter, so I hope that you guys are not blind. It does get kind of blinding and gives me a little bit of a headache, I'm not gonna lie, when it gets too late in the day, and so that's why I've been trying to record mostly like early morning in the game so that it's not too blinding. But I just am working on this area in front of Igly's house and behind the Nook's Cranny and filling in front of the cliff just with a whole bunch of trees and bushes and flowers, and I didn't even record all of that because it was just all the same thing, filling in a bunch of flowers and trees and bushes. But I did want to show the little fishing spot that I did because at least it's something different. I just put, you know, a little pond there and it fills up the area nicely, and then I just filled in the outside of the area with a whole bunch of filler. And then I will come in with the waterscaping again and do the little islands around the rocks and create some more waterfalls coming down from that cliff. So I did end up moving the campsite over to this area on the left here by where the little rock islands are, just because you know, I didn't really have anything else to put there, and I don't know exactly what I'm going to put up on my cliffs yet, but maybe I'll add some more waterscaping or something. I just am running out of ideas and builds to do with these few items, so I am trying to finish off, you know, as best I can. I may do a big tree chopping, another tree farm or something up there, but now you can see me coming in with my waterscaping tool and chopping all around these rocks just so they create a whole bunch of little islands. I've never done a rock garden like this before. I usually do the circular, you know, traditional, I guess you could say, rock gardens, but I really loved doing this, and I think that it looks really cute on the map. So if you've ever made a rock garden this way, let me know in the comments below. I've never done this before, but I have seen it on a few islands, and I think they turn out really cute. This way you don't have to have them all in a circle, and they don't have to be quite as close together, and it's a little bit easier. I didn't put down any custom codes on the ground, like around the rocks like I normally would, to get them to spawn into a specific place. I just let them all spawn in this one area here, and this is how they spawned, and I was happy with it, because when they're on these little islands like this, it doesn't really matter as much if they're like right next to each other, you know what I mean? So I think that it fills in the space pretty nicely, and I was able to make more of like a river going around it, and then I'm going to come up here and bring this cliff forward a bit so that I can create some more waterfalls coming down. So I did speed this up quite a bit, and I cut out some of it because it was just more terraforming and bringing the cliff forward, and I think we've all seen that a million times. So I sped it up to like ×4 just so you could see what it is I'm doing. I'm just bringing the cliff forward so that I could have more waterfalls coming down, and I could connect it to the river where the rock garden was. So that is what I'm doing. You can see my little saplings on the ground. I'm still growing more trees, always growing more trees, because I can never have enough trees on this island. I've used so many and I'm constantly running out. But I do slow it down here in a second. Now I am just bringing in some of the waterfalls and the waterscaping on this cliff so that I can bring it down to the bottom here, and so you can see me just bringing the waterscaping down, adjusting the cliff below so that I can bring that last little waterfall down, and that was it. And so it was a way to connect my rivers together, and it takes up a lot of space, fills up this area nicely, because I did not know what else to do in this area. So I tend to terraform and waterscape when I don't know what else to put on my islands. So that is what I did. But I will show in the final walkthrough how this whole area came out and how it's looking so far and what we have left to do, because there is still some of it left to do. I didn't get it all done like I said before, but I did get a lot of it done. I filled in a lot of these little islands down here, and I filled in a lot of this the cliff up above. So I did time travel in order to get some more of the medium-sized trees, because those little saplings had to grow. So I time traveled, a few days to get those grown. And isn't it nice that the sun is not blinding? It does give me a headache sometimes. And so hopefully it's not too dark here. It's like 5 a.m. in the game, and so because it's winter, it is a little bit darker than on like a summer island at 5 a.m. But I didn't mind, because I needed a little bit of a break from the sun in the game. And so I'm just filling in some of these little islands here. I just showed like what I would put on these little islands, just some different sized trees and bushes and flowers. And I put a few of the little wild log benches down and the log stakes. But I just made it kind of like I did the waterscaping at my entrance, and I didn't put a well down. I might put a well over by my campsite. I don't know that I've finished filling all of that area in completely, so I might put a brick well over there, because I keep forgetting that I can use a brick well. But I kept trying to move around to see like what flowers were in the area so I could see like what ones to put down, and then I would hop across the water on accident. But yeah, it was funny because I was just hopping around. I kept running out of items in my pockets, and so I was constantly having to go and get more flowers so that I could keep filling in all of these little islands. It feels like I put 3 items down and my pockets are empty. It seriously does. And I know that's not true, but it just takes up so much space to fill my pockets with all the different flowers, all the different trees, and all the different bushes. And so that's why I was using the seed bags for a while, but I did run out of those. And so I was having to use the rest of my flower stash that had already grown. And then I had to time travel, and it took so long to find the white lilies. He just would not sell them. He was not selling them. I had to go all the way to like March, I think, in game before I found some more white lilies, because my Nook's Cranny keeps selling the white windflowers or the white mums, but not the white lilies. So I had trouble finding more white cosmos and white lilies, and I was completely out of them. So yeah, it took a lot of time traveling, and that took up a lot of time. So that's why I didn't get all of this area completely filled in. But what I'm doing is I'm calling this area here Gyroid Falls, and I'm hoping that you can kind of see it from down below. But I don't know if you're going to be able to see them from the tree chopping overlook area. I didn't think about that when I was putting them down, but it was just something else to put down other than the flowers, bushes, and log stakes. You know what I mean? I mean, I have wheat fields too, but nothing else. And so I used the log stools with a gyroid on it, and I was just thinking, okay, I'll call this area Gyroid Falls, you know, because that sounded cute to me. So I'm just filling up all of these little areas up here, and of course I don't finish like I said, but I did try to bring in probably 4 or 5 different log stools with the gyroids on them. So I do still have more to use, but like I said, hopefully you'll be able to see them from far away. I don't know, but what are your favorite gyroids in the game, or do you even like the gyroids? I do really like the gyroids, and so since they are not a leaf item, you can see in my inventory they have a gyroid icon. They're not a leaf item, so I can use them. So it's just being able to use something else other than just the same things that I have been using, you know, just something different. But my favorite gyroid is the squeakoid. I love the squeakoid. It's so cute to me. And I also love the little bubbleoid, but I tried to use the ones that were more neutral colored or white colored, just so it kind of stuck to the same color scheme that I had been using. But I will show how much we got done in just a moment. I just tried to finish this off here, but I didn't quite finish the cliff above. So I will have to grow some more trees and do that tomorrow. But we are getting so close to finishing this island. So I'm very excited to show everyone. I have not, released any of these videos yet. I want it to be completely done with the whole entire island so that I knew that I could do it first. So I hope that you guys enjoyed. And thank you so much for watching. Thank you to all my members. I appreciate you guys so much. And yeah, I'll go get my helper so that we can see what all we got finished. All right, and we are back, and I have my helper here.
Hello.
You ready to see it?
Yeah.
Also, Isabel said we had a campsite visitor, so we're gonna go see who that is. That's exciting. But I decorated in front of my penguin villager yards today. So this is Aurora's house. And then
That's a lot of trees.
I know. I keep running out. And then we have Igley's house here. So I put this pond here just as a little fishing spot because I didn't know what else to put. And then I have my campsite here. I still have to finish this area, but I'll show you what I was working on. Okay. All right, so this is what I was working on.
I see that you did a rock garden.
I did. And
Floating one.
Yes, and I was working on all of those cliffs up there, which is hard to see at this angle.
Yeah.
But maybe I could bring this cliff forward just a little bit. I don't know, but it's hard to see, but I was filling in. I was doing all the terraforming and all the waterscaping. I was getting my rocks to spawn over there, and I was filling in all the cliffs like up back behind it. So I still have to work on the area over there to the left, and I have to do the very top cliff still because I didn't finish filling in all of that. But that's a big area.
Yeah.
And it's hard to see this early in the morning because it's so far away, but hopefully I can get it on a day where it's clear and you can see a lot of the overlook. But now we're gonna go see who our campsite visitor is and if it's anybody good. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are you ready to see who it is?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I've had a few that, of course, I have not taken, like Carlos, and that I walked in, I saw who it was, and I walked right back out. So I am not really expecting it to be anybody good, but we've had some good ones and we've had some not so good ones. So let's see who it is. All right.
Close your eyes.
I'm closing them.
Oh.
Are you in?
Yeah.
Is it good or bad?
It's mid.
Winter or not winter?
Definitely not winter.
Okay. Can you give me a species?
Tiger.
Oh, another tiger? Is it orange?
Yes.
Oh, is it Rowan?
Let me see.
Tony the tiger?
It is Rowan.
I would definitely have him if I was doing like a jungle island, or if...
You did a jungle
Yeah,
island.
I think I had him actually on my jungle island, maybe.
Yeah, I think you did.
And if I was to do like a Winnie the Pooh island, I started a Winnie the Pooh island and then I never finished it. And
how dare you?
He was gonna be my Tigger. That island was super hard to do, okay?
You should have done it.
Maybe I'll attempt it again one day. But yeah, we are not going to take Rowan. No, you can walk out.
Okay.
But now you can see all of this area grown in here. I finished filling in all of these little islands here, and then I just have this space back here to finish filling up. It's a big area and I keep running out of trees, so we'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll put some more waterscaping up here or something. But yeah, I have this left to do. I have around my campsite and then this cliff over here where my campsite was originally. So this is what I have left. All right, but we are going to say bye. We'll save this for tomorrow and I'll stop cleaning up. I promise. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. We will see you next time.
Yeah. All right, bye. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my channel. I am Crispy, and today is day 13 of our 15-day 15 leaf item challenge. So last time we spent a few days working on this big huge build, getting our rocks together, terraforming this whole area, and doing the gyroid falls up there on the cliffs. And today we need to finish. I'm hoping I can finish today, but if not, this will be day 13 and 14 because I'll have to finish it tomorrow. I'd really love to have day 15 be the island tour. That is my hope. So we still have this little bit here by the campsite, and this area right here I need to fill with something. I'm hoping more than just trees and bushes and flowers because I am so sick of planting trees and bushes and flowers and I keep running out. I might get like some storefronts and do a tree chopping area. I don't know. I was thinking about doing that up here though. So I don't know what to put there. I am so out of ideas. I'll probably put some storefronts up here just to fill in some space. We have this whole cliff here to fill in. I've started putting a few trees, but it's a lot. Like my bigger trees are in the back, but I have all this space. Normally I would just use a bunch of giant vines in between trees and pillars in between trees and some mush parasols, you know, but I can't do that. So yeah, I might get some barrels and some storefronts just to fill in some space, because I've got that cliff left, I've got the area in front of the campsite, and then I've got this area right here, which has been my tree storage since I moved the campsite. And then I've got the cliff that my house is on, where I've just dropped a whole bunch of items. So that's what we have left to work on. I don't think I'm gonna do beaches on this island. I have 2 days left and I'm already running out of everything, so I don't really feel like spamming a bunch of wheat fields and log stakes is really gonna matter that much, you know? So I'm probably not gonna worry about. But I mean, we have this whole, you know, island up to this point done. This top left corner of our map is what we have to work on. And of course, where my house is. I have not decorated that cliff yet because, like I said, that's my crafting and storage area. I've just been throwing everything down, you know, because it saves going in my house. But look at this island. It's so close to being finished. So close. So I really want to push through and try to finish it today, hopefully. I've got a lot of filling in to do. Maybe I should put some more water here. Maybe I should, I don't know what to put there, guys. I am just out of ideas. But here, I'm going to add some barrels and like a little seating area in front. So maybe that'll take up most of it, and then I'll just do some natural filler for the rest. But yeah, let's stop blabbing and get started so we can finish this island. Alright, so the first area that I did work on was the campsite area, and I had a lot of space to fill in, so I put this little log stool with some firewood and an axe, and then I had a lot of space in front of it still, so I ended up putting down some of the wooden plank code that I had, and I put a seating area, and I just brought the little circle of stone path like forward a little bit, because the wooden plank path and the seating area just took up a lot more space, and I didn't have to fill it with quite so many trees and bushes and flowers. I ran out of everything doing these last few builds. I did manage to finish. It did take me 2 days, and yeah, by the end I had completely ran out of almost everything. I think I had some hardwood and some softwood in storage still, but for the most part, like all of my wheat fields I ran out of. I was time traveling and buying 5 a day those last few days in game, and I had run out of cosmos, and I ran out of hyacinths at one point. My Nook's Cranny only wanted to sell the white windflowers and the white mums and nothing else. But here I am putting in the little seating area in front of the campsite, and then I noticed that I needed to put one more row of plank pathing down, so I had to adjust it. But even though sometimes I try to be productive and put the path or the code down first before I start recording, sometimes I still have to adjust it because I don't center things when I'm supposed to, apparently. But it's hard as it is to center with the campsite, because I feel like it's off center as it is with that little ramp in front. I don't know. anyways, but we're putting a seating area in, and you can still get around to the front of the campsite. And yeah, I would have used the campfire in this build, but other than this area and then up in that one tree chopping area, I probably wouldn't have used the campfire. Did I say campsite or campfire? I don't know. Words are hard, but I wouldn't have used it, but maybe twice on this island. I thought I was going to use it a lot more, but I'm glad I switched to the baby bear because I did use a lot more of those. But it was a struggle with this island, just filling in all of the space. I got so sick of planting just a whole bunch of flowers and bushes everywhere, and wheat fields. I love wheat fields, but I just kept running out. And so yeah, it was definitely a struggle. I was on the struggle bus with this island, running out of everything, and I think it did definitely burn me out a little bit because there was so much filler area. Most of what I could use was natural decor, like flowers and bushes and trees, and so I did get sick of those, not gonna lie, but I am really happy with how the island came out. I cannot wait for, you know, to show the DA. That will be in tomorrow's video, so I am excited about that. I'm glad it's finished. I don't know that I will do another one anytime soon, but I'm so proud of myself for pushing through. I did take many breaks during the 15 days that I worked on this island, so it wasn't 15 consecutive days. I had other islands that I needed to finish. But if you notice in these clips, there's a lot of change in light level and weather, and that's because of all the time traveling. I had to constantly order more of the wheat fields and try to go to Leaf on Harv's and see if he had my flowers in stock. I was trying to do some storefronts here to fill in some space, and I just wasn't happy with how they were looking. They ended up blocking the seating area that I had just built, and I wasn't really happy about that. So I tried to make it work, and I tried to fill in some space with something other than just trees and bushes and flowers, and it just wasn't really looking like I wanted it to. So I did end up taking the storefronts out. But I did try, and I did put them in a few areas. I did put them up on the cliff that we will see in just a moment, but a lot of this is just snippets of, you know, here and there and different days in game because of how much time traveling I was having to do and how much I was running out of stuff. So I would put a couple things down and then I would run out of something, and so then I would have to go and either go to a Nook Mile island or go to a cabin island and chop more wood. I can't even tell you how many times I ran out of regular wood because a lot of the 15 leaf items that I chose are DIYs and they do require regular wood. And so the buckets and the firewood, the barrels, the log stakes, even the brick well requires regular wood, and also an axe. I made many axes chopping down trees and getting more wood, and so, you know, it requires regular wood as well. So it was a struggle. I probably would have done more with like the beaches and the rocks and stuff if I had been able to have more wood, but I just ran out of time. I ran out of energy, and so I did not do the beaches. I put a couple storefronts on some beach rocks and like a couple baby bears, but other than that I was out of everything, and I just could not. I didn't have any more time. I was out of time and definitely out of energy. So I filled in this little transition area as best I could with bushes and log stakes and flowers and wheat fields. But, one way that I was able to just take up some space was to put the circle codes of the pathing down and then doing these little fallen logs. And I started doing this on my forest core island of Briarwood. I saw there was a person who was making different islands, like Hunger Games themed islands, and her name is Trisha Crossing, I believe. And she had these fallen logs on her island, and I just loved how they looked. And she had a stump code that went underneath, so you could put a tree down and chop it down and use the stump, or you could use the log stool on top of the stump code. I did not grab the stump code because I could only have 15 on this island, but I did have the stump code on my forest core island, and I really love how it looks like fallen logs. And so I had never seen that on anyone else's island before, so definitely shout out to Trisha Crossing, because that was a brilliant idea. And so I will probably do that on my islands going forward if they're like natural and foresty. I tried to make this island as natural and foresty as possible. It does have some gyroids on some stools, just because I wanted a little bit of variation. I didn't have a lot to work with, and so because I limited myself, it was hard to put anything down other than bushes and flowers and trees. And so now we're working up here on the cliff, and you can see I did put a few of the storefronts in, and I decided to bring the water over. It did fill in more space, and I was able to connect it with the pond down there, and so it was just, more waterscaping that took up some of the area up here. And it does look pretty cool on my map, if I say so myself. I love waterscaping on maps, but it also it took up some space, and I didn't have to fill in that space with more bushes and flowers. I had more rows here than I thought I did. And so, if you have your taller trees in the back, and then you have your large trees in front of that, and you want to layer your trees, from tallest to smallest, then the row in front of the large trees are your medium size, and then, unless you do the itty bitty small ones in front of that, I definitely had more than 3 rows to work with up there. So the water filled in some space, and I was happy about that. And I like how it came out. I did have a lot of space there to put a whole bunch of trees, and so I did fill that in. But up here on the cliff, we're just putting some more of the fallen logs, and the storefront, a few of the barrels, and so that's pretty much what I did up here on this cliff. It's not even a cliff that has an incline. It was just to fill in the space. You can definitely get up there with, I think, one of the vines, or I did leave a ladder in the DA, so if you want to come up here and look around, feel free to do that. But it was just mainly a filler area, and so I did fill it all in. I definitely ran out of glowing moss as well, and bushes. I kept running out of bushes, but luckily there was several Cap'n Islands that had either a summer island, it was a seasonal island, or the Vine Islands. where I was able to get some bushes that were not in bloom, because I did not want to put any of the camellia bushes on this island. Those were the bushes that were in bloom, and they're, pink and red, and I just didn't want all of that color on the island whenever I had all of these wood and brown tones and whites. I just, wanted to try to keep as much color. Some of the gyroids are blue, but I'm okay with that. They're a light blue, and to me, the glowing moss kind of looks light blue, so I was okay with that. But for the most part, there's very natural tones on this island. So, but yeah, I could not believe that I actually managed to finish it. I did have to take many breaks, like I said, but it is done, and I was not able to do what I wanted to with my house. I wanted to block off the back room and be able to set the dream address from the back room still. I was hoping that I could stand like in the hallway and be able to put storefronts down to block it, and it didn't work. And so I did just have to put one of the log lounge chairs, or whatever you want to call it, in the front room and just block off the back room. I had my bed back there, Luna's bed, and I was just going to use that. It was just clothes and a bed. That was all that was in that room. But I wanted to set the dreamer dress back there, and so the front room would only have the items that I was able to use on this island. But I could not, I couldn't get it figured out. So unfortunately, there is a log lounge in the front room, but I needed to use it to set the DA. And so if I hadn't blocked off the back room, then, I probably could have gotten through there and got to my bedroom, but then you still would have been able to go back there and see it anyway. And so my brain couldn't figure out how to block it off, but yet still get back there. Sometimes when you're working on different islands and projects, you just lose brain power, right? And I definitely lost brain power with this island. For all of those of you out there who build islands, naturally, without any treasure islands, without any help from anyone else, my hat's off to you, because I used to be that person. I never used to use treasure islands or help from anyone, and I did enjoy it. I did play with a few friends, so we would trade, but for the most part it was just what the game gave me, and I did love playing that way. But once I started making content, it was just so much quicker and easier just to get all of the items that I needed, using treasure islands. And so I'm accustomed to that now. I'm used to that. So going back to islands like this is definitely a bit of a struggle for me. So I'm not gonna lie. This island was a struggle. It was definitely a challenge, but I am glad that I finished. And now we are working on my yard. I managed to get everything picked up, and so I just have a seating area on the right here, and I ended up adding a brick well as well, because there was still a lot of space on the right there. And then I put this little farm in on the left, because why not? I had some crops left over, so I put them on the left side of my little house there. And I had to clean out my mailbox because I still had a few items in there that I had ordered, like baby bears and storefronts and stuff, but definitely not wheat fields because I ran out of those. But I added a few barrels here and there, and I put a few sleighs down because I didn't actually end up using the sleigh as much as I thought. And I put the log benches back here but there was still so much space in front between it and the path. So what I ended up doing is bringing those log benches forward, and I put a few storefronts in back behind it and another layer of trees, and that way it brought the log benches all the way forward to the path. So that was really nice and filled up more space. But yeah, I will show you a few of these areas that I finished at the end, but I do want to save the tour for tomorrow, so I may save a few little bits for, you know, a surprise for the tour. But I just cannot believe that I actually managed to do it. I definitely questioned whether I would be able to do it, that's for sure, because it almost broke me, but it didn't. That's what challenges are meant to do. They're meant to challenge you, and it definitely did. I know there is a lot of repetition on this island. I understand that. With using only 15 leaf items, it's bound to happen. I tried my best to put some variety in terms of like farms and a few builds, you know, with like a baby bear picnic or something. But yeah, I couldn't think of too many, you know, different builds. So I tried my best. And so hopefully it still looks nice, even though it does have some repetition here and there, or everywhere. But it is a winter island, and so I did want it to be fast and furious. I just really get burnt out in the snow. I get sick of it. I'm sure other people do too. But now we're working on the last two little areas. There's only a little bit from each because I did not have a lot in my pockets. I was really struggling with running out of everything, so I put a few things down and then I would go on to the next area because I had to wait until I could time travel and get more wheat fields, and I could go to more islands to get more wood. So this is the last little area here, and then it is finished. And you can see that I was growing flowers as I was planting them, so I had to move some out of the way in order to decorate this last little space here. This is the last area on the island that wasn't decorated. I did just a natural little simple thing for the peninsula because I don't have a big peninsula on this island. But thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this challenge, and I hope you guys enjoyed this island. I definitely enjoyed it, but it was a huge challenge. So thank you so much for anyone who watched, commented, liked. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you to all my members who have known about this for so long. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys and all of your help and support. Thank you for watching, and I will see you for the final walkthrough. All right, and we are back, and I have my helper here.
Hello.
So this is the area that I worked on, the campsite area. I filled all of this in, all of these flowers.
The floating rock garden.
Yeah, we did that last time.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And then I finished off this area up here. I just connected the water like up there on the cliff. And, connected it with the pond, and then I finished off my cliff up here.
Oh, that's so pretty.
I did a lot of these little sleds because I hadn't used many on the island, so I decided, and then I put a simple well here and a couple storefronts, filled it all in with flowers.
It's so pretty.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So it is finished, and next we will do the island tour next time, and I'll show the rest of the left side of the island that I finished.
Okay.
You excited?
Yeah.
I'm so glad to be finished with this island.
Same.
Alright, so we will see you for the final tour.
Shall we say bye?
Yes.
Bye. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my channel. I am Crispy, and I am joined by my little helper.
Hello.
And this is the Boreal 15-day, 15 leaf item challenge tour.
Yay.
Yay! We finished!
Took so long.
Yes, I had to take a few breaks on this island because it almost broke me. This challenge was so hard. But if you didn't know, this was my 15-day, 15 leaf item challenge. And so the 15 leaf items that I chose to decorate with was the log stool, the wooden bucket, the lantern, the sleigh, the baby bear, which I had switched out, the plain party lights arch, the log stakes, the wheat field, the brick well, the log bench, the barrel, the firewood, the log chair, the storefront, and the wild log bench. So those were the items that I was allowed to decorate with. The rest of the items were they were not like this. They were not a leaf item. They were tools. They were clothing. They were
Nature
trees,
items.
nature, gyroids, anything that doesn't show up as a leaf in my inventory was okay to use. So first thing we're gonna do is look at the map. Wow, look at all of that terraforming.
Oh, that's a lot of terraforming.
I did a lot of terraforming on this island because it filled up space.
Yeah.
So we ended up with Renee, our starter.
Oh, that's Renee.
I kept Renee.
That's Renee.
Bianca, Molly,
Molly's amazing.
Rolf, who is right beside
I know Rolf.
Bianca. They're a couple.
Oh.
Yeah, very exclusive. Anyways, Maple. I'm just kidding.
Dave.
Diana, Aurora,
Amazing.
and Iggly.
Oh.
Punchy, and Flurry.
Flurry is my favorite on this island.
So on this island, we were not allowed to use but 15 tickets per villager hunt. And so some of these villagers like Rolf and Punchy and Aurora as well, came to the campsite. And I did spend a lot of time trying to get them, but we still only used 15 tickets per hunt. So this is our entrance.
Wow, it's so cutesy.
Yeah, I did pick up a few of the weeds because I was just not a fan of the weeds. I like blank spaces better than weeds. So
I do too.
yeah, so this is our entrance, and if you come up this way, it leads to resident services. So I did leave an outfit here, like kind of like what I'm wearing, and a ladder and vaulting pole, which I might want to look up in case. I put some bears here at the entrance. I used a lot of flowers, bushes, and trees, a lot of natural decor because I could only use 15 leaf items. So the fishing pole does not count. All of the flowers and trees do not count. Crops do not count. But like my wild log bench and my wooden bucket and log stakes, log benches, those all count. So then let's look at this incline over here before we go any further because it's the only way up here. This is our Nook's Cranny. I was so sad when it upgraded. I was hoping to keep baby Nooks, but there was no way. Doing this challenge vanilla, I had to go in there and sell items, for money. I just had.
Aww.
So then out here we have the tree farm.
Oh, I love this area.
You like the tree farm?
Yes, it just gets bigger and bigger.
It does, yeah. And then there's a little seating area here. And Flurry, oh, she's sitting on the bench. Look at her.
Oh.
Okay, Flurry, don't turn to the side. People will see something that is, Anyways, we're gonna move on.
Oh.
Yeah, we're not gonna go there.
Okay. Yep.
This is the Able sisters.
You guys heard nothing. Okay. Just ignore that.
So I just covered up the window with a storefront. I put a few coats in front because, clothing is not a leaf item. And then I used the leaf items that I could, like the log stool and the barrel, the party lights arch, and the log stakes, and that's how we decorated Abel's sister.
It's amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we come down here, and I just did like a field of flowers with some wild log benches, some waterscaping here, and
Wow.
yes, lots of flowers. And this is Diana's house. I love how her house looks with
Oh yeah, Diane.
this color scheme. Diana, yeah.
The tiger, right?
No, the deer. The deer.
Oh, okay.
And I did put some of these log stools around with some gyroids, just, for some variation. But here's our tent. We left it on the beach. And
Why did you leave it as a 10?
Because it was only a 15-day challenge.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna worry about the museum. The beaches are not decorated, so yeah, I did not have the time in 15 days. But up here we have Renee and Punchy's house, and I gave them a little pumpkin patch over here. At first I had like some dropped saplings, and I decided to just go back and add some pumpkins. I thought it looked better and
I
less,
think pumpkins look better.
yeah, less busy.
Yeah.
And so there's some fallen logs, another one of the brick wells over there. You can see in the waterscaping, I filled all of the area in with just bushes and flowers, and I'm trying not to get stuck.
Bushes, flowers, trees.
Yes. And if you come up here, there is a wood chopping area. And so I did like a little fake building over here. You can come and chill.
I think it's cool that you can place like your tools down like that. Like the
Yeah.
axe over there.
Yeah.
think
Which
that's
is
pretty cool.
not a leaf item. Just
It's
gonna-
a tool item, not a leaf item.
Yeah,
It
and
does
so
not have a leaf icon.
This is my favorite area, the overlook.
Let's see it. Oh my goodness.
So I will have to, come back and just show with a wide angle camera at the end, because it is just too big
It
to
looks
show.
amazing.
But yeah, there's the rock garden down there, which kind of see.
Kinda to the side.
Yeah,
On
and
the
then I have like a middle island with a bunch of decor, and in the back there's a whole bunch of waterfalls back there. Gyroid Falls up to the left, which we'll go see. And then I did another brick well and some fallen logs over to the left.
I like
This
a
took
lot.
up a huge area. I didn't know what else to put. I was out of houses and buildings, so I think it came out pretty well, but it took forever. It took so long. It took me like 2 days to do that build. All right.
Wow.
So if we come back down here and we continue along to the left, I filled all of this in with a couple
There
benches.
Is nothing on the beaches.
No, little teddy bear, and yeah, filled all of this in. This was the last little area that I did because I had my flower breeding area over here,
Beaches are so annoying.
and all I did on the dock.
What is a
What's that?
singular mat?
Yes, but you can see it's pretty empty, and then the peninsula, bare
Pretty
bones.
simple.
I was running out of everything. And then another little, wood chopping area. I put the axe on the log
A
this
lumber
time.
yard.
Yeah, kinda.
That it was just a random thing that came up.
A little tiny bit of decoration. No, rockeration.
Decoration.
This is not the dock. This is a rock. Rockeration. Yeah.
It's a bear's house.
And back
Another
here-
bear's house.
So I had a couple storefronts left, so I put them on the rocks. But that's all of the rocks and beaches that I did. I just didn't have time. I didn't have any more materials or flowers left. I didn't have anything left.
What do you mean beaches? You left them blank.
Well, I know, but I meant I didn't have any more stuff to decorate the beaches. So if you
I'm just
continue
kidding.
up this path,
It's a pine cone.
yes, I did actually find a couple Cap'n Islands that were like in maple leaf season.
Ooh.
And so that's how I was able to get a couple pine cones. I only got a few, but I did find that island a couple times. I totally forgot to amiibo someone in again.
You do that every time.
But in
Mom.
the DA, I actually did have someone amiiboed in. It was Sprinkle again.
Sprinkle's amazing.
Yeah. So I amiibo in the DA, which is on the map, there is someone amiiboed in.
Ooh.
So yeah. So we saw this area last time. This was one of the last builds that I did, but you can continue along this way. We just have a little pond fishing area there, and here we have Igly's house. Of course, interiors are not done. I did not do HHP. He just has a little wheat field outside his house, and then over here we have Aurora. So all the villagers got some barrels and a little log chair outside their house, pretty much all I had. And then you can continue on over the log bridge. I used log bridges because they were the cheapest. There's
Fair.
a little seating area over here with some food and a milkshake on it. I was so happy to find the milkshake because it is a drink. It's not a leaf item. I found it in Nooks, and it was in my color scheme, so I was so happy to find that.
Yay!
Yeah. And I think the only thing we didn't show was this cliff up here. This is where it's on the right side of resident services.
Resident services, yeah.
So this is Bianca and Rolf's house. I put them beside each other because they're, our white tigers, and we have this walkway going kind of diagonally with, some waterscaping down there. This is Flurry's house over here, and if you come down this incline, this will lead you back to the entrance. So it just kind of all goes in a circle, and if you notice the sad flower, that just popped up. So what does that mean?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
It means that this island is 5.
Oh.
Even with a baby museum, it is very full of flowers and trees, so Isabel should be happy. This is Molly's house.
I love Molly.
Me too. And so I gave her a potato farm over here and a little fake building with some barrels.
Potato.
Yeah, I love Molly. And then we have, can you guess?
Maples.
Maple's house. So we have some teddy bear picnics with some yummy food.
Were those pancakes?
Yes.
Pancakes.
So I just used all of the cooking recipes that I had that were sweets, and I had a mom's cake here, some Berliners that I bought, but and then a dropped item there. And so this is Maple.
It's amazing.
I put her beside me, so if you go up this incline, this is where my little baby house is. You want to see the one room that I decorated?
Let's go.
Ta-da!
It's so simple and easy.
Yeah, I just put the
I
rest
love it.
of my leftover gyroids and a couple of
Gyroids
the
are amazing.
baby bears, and I wanted to put the bed in the back room, but I couldn't close this room in if I did that. And so
The wallpaper is amazing.
yeah, I got that out of a balloon. That DIY, and so I made the wallpaper. So I just used the items that I could, and I had to have a bed to set the DA, so I just used the log lounge chair. And I was gonna set the DA from the other room, but I couldn't because I couldn't block off this room if I did. Just pretend it's a wild log.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is my yard. I have a seating area. I have a brick well and a couple sleds here out front. I have a little farm with the rest of my crops.
All of the necessities. Is that what it's called?
Necessities.
Necessities. I'm not good with words, okay?
That's another little dropped item there. And
Did it just say, what was this again?
yeah, that's what they say after a few days. So.
Bruh.
If you come down this incline, this is a little water feature. Did I pick up the... Oh, I did. So we could come up... Let's see. Let's go this way. If we want to see what's up on this cliff, it's just filler, but, you can... Oh.
Bruh.
Because I put that bucket and fishing pole there. I don't know if you get up.
Can you not climb up the vines?
Not sideways.
Oh.
If it's at an angle, well, you may not be able to get up there, but you can see, like, I just filled it in with more of the fallen logs and, actually, I think I can get over here. Haha! I did it!
Ooh.
So if you visit the DA, that's how you get over here. There we go.
Hey,
I did it! Yay!
We did it!
So this is Gyroid Falls. So I just put as many gyroids as I could over here. And there's some more storefronts and fallen logs over here.
Fine cone!
Yes. More gyroids on logs if you come down. I don't know if you want to because you might get stuck. But, you know, here I go.
I'm going to get stuck.
Probably. But this is Gyroid Falls. So, yeah, I put as many of the gyroids as I could in this area.
Amazing.
Thank you. Probably not stuck.
You didn't get stuck!
Yay!
Yay!
Go me.
Go you!
I had to fill it in just in case.
I don't know.
You know, I don't know. I just had because I thought that if I didn't, that it would look really blank and bare. Am I going to be able to go back down?
Yay!
Yay!
Hey, you're not stuck.
Parkour!
Yay. Parkour. Parkour.
Alright, so, did we see everything?
Yeah. I saw Able Sisters, the campsite. Wait, did we see the campsite?
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh.
And this
The rock garden.
is the bottom of the lookout area. So
A lot
it's
of
just-
flowers and pumpkins.
Yes, and we saw the left side over there.
Yeah,
'Cause
we saw
We went
everything.
up the left side of the beach.
Yeah, we saw everything.
So yeah, I think we did. Wow.
Yay!
I cannot believe that this island is done. I didn't think I was gonna
Finally.
be able to do it. I had to take a lot of breaks
Yay.
because it just, it was a grind. It was definitely a grind. I don't want looking at the fallen presence there. There we go. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope that you guys enjoyed this island. Even though, you know, it was a struggle for me, I did enjoy it.
I did too.
Well, thank you. You didn't have to do anything except show up to the...
Yep. You do all the work. I'm just here for the videos. I'm here for the fans.
All right, truth. All right, well, we're going to say bye.
All right, bye. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.